Hello, hello. Happy Friday, everybody. Hey, David, you got first. Nice, nice, nice. Whew, okay, so we are gonna mostly be working in just the scene editor. Let me figure this out. Yeah, here it is. Also, I should only draw foreground, not background. Hey, Showboat. Okay, so yeah, what I want to do is figure out how these rooms are going to be laid out exactly. And I don't know the best way to do this. I mean, I think we just need to kind of draw something out. I'm going to seem like an idiot here, but that's okay. I did not get much work done yesterday, unfortunately. Okay, so let's just call this, I don't know, world planning, delete me. And then add in a tile map layer. And we're gonna do this just in as quick a way as possible, whatever kind of makes sense here. What is this? Backtrack tiles. Here it is. Okay. So I just want to use these. And in fact, actually, you know what? I could pretty much just use this and just draw, whoops. And just draw, yeah, just draw platforms and stuff. Okay. So this is how I want to do it. So you're going to start somewhere and there's going to be a descent with the boots at the bottom and you work your way back up to get to a door. So yeah, I have an idea for how this will work. Let's add in labels basically everywhere. And we'll say starting point. If I click this, what happens? No, it doesn't work. Okay, that's fine. All right, so starting point just needs to be somewhere. So let's make a platform. And then you're going to work your way downward. And I guess there'd be walls here. You could just fall directly down. I also want to consider once you do have wall jumping, how that should look. Like some of these should probably connect to the wall like that. In fact, maybe you start there. And maybe the place you need to get to is here. So start, door, or exit, door / exit, doesn't matter. Unused for now. So this goes up here. We say this is like the next room. Requires boots. Yeah, I think this should be pretty reasonable. This will let us iterate pretty quickly. So you cannot jump up here and you'll realize you can't jump up. And maybe just down here is where there's a treasure chest. We should probably make you fall a little bit farther. Maybe like this. Hey, Manic Vine, happy Friday. How's everything going? How's the game coming along? All right, let me just put some platforms kind of wherever. You got to be able to jump to them. Hi, Abby. Hi. Hi. You have graced me with your presence. You want to sit down? Do you want to sit down? Do you understand English? You do not understand English. This cat. Yeah, sniff everything. Then realize you do want to come over. Hi. Yes. Hi. Come on. Go sit down. Okay, get your little cat butt over here. Good cat. All right, I need to be able to test this. I mean, I guess if it doesn't work, we can always just add more platforms. And then, yeah, let's put in some slightly different shapes and stuff here. Maybe that. And yeah, this is not supposed to be difficult platforming. Okay, next, this is where a chest goes. Chest with boots. All right, so this is kind of what I'm thinking. So you can see where you're supposed to get, but you can't get there yet. So that's room 1. Second room, you need jumping as well. Enemies are blocking your way or shooting at you, so you need to get arrows so you can go defeat them. So yeah, what I'm kind of picturing here is this is connected like this. I'm going to at least hit straight lines here. I don't want to do too much polish, but at least having straight lines I think is fine. Super busy. Buddy and I finally have our first playtest version. Oh, nice, 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 nice. How has feedback been so far? Hey, Mr. Evil Rex. Hey, Abby, pet, pet, pet. Mr. Evil Rex pets you. Okay. Okay, she's happy. She's a happy kitty cat. All right, so now there are going to be some enemies in this room, and you probably need to jump and go get... I guess this room should be pretty long as a result of this. And there'd be an exit over here. We should probably standardize like door height and everything too. But yeah. Now, it is not very fun to just have jumping and nothing else. So I think what we'll do is we'll put a room sort of like this and get another chest up here. Chest with arrows. Arrows, chest, and then enemies. So it's going to be enemies blocking path. Now, other things I got to figure out still are going to be, what are we doing with biomes? What are we doing with biomes? The world planning. And I guess, like, how does that impact the music that I make? I had only planned for like 30 seconds. Been good so far. Not like this is an obvious hit good, but folks seem to be having fun. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I think the first couple play tests are really cool. And then yeah, there's just a ton of work, right? That's how I feel right now. It's like even this sub game that we're working on, just making the map is probably going to take me like an hour and a half or something. And it doesn't even need to be great. I just want it to be at least interesting enough. It's like every task can potentially balloon. All right, so yeah, I guess the first rooms are not that crazy. And I like the idea of having to backtrack through them. Like maybe there's an enemy blocking you in the bottom and you have to go back there. But I don't want you to have to remember too much about the layout. So you get the chest here. Let's fill this in. Yeah, something like this. So you get the chest here. We could put an enemy over here that requires you to go backwards. But I don't think that's very interesting. Much work indeed. Well, at least we've got cats, right? Third room. There's a door up above, but your jump doesn't get you there, so you have to use the wall jump. All right. So yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Then maybe we put you into... Well, you have to go upward. Yeah, you have to go upward. Because the wall jump can only bring you up. I guess you could wall slide and then jump off of something. And maybe if you time it right. Like if we put a ledge here and something like this. Yeah, you'd have to slide down this wall and then jump off. But if you can't make that jump, then how do you get back up there? I guess you could... I don't know, we could figure something out, right? There could be like a portal here, and then this is blocked, and then there's a bunch of platforms going up over here that let you get back to this thing. Hard to draw an arrow. But no, I think it's kind of silly. I think we should just give you the wall jump. So there are enemies here. There are probably still enemies along the way. We probably make a little edge here so that you can't just keep shooting the enemies. So here's what I'm thinking. We do something like this. So this is expected to wall jump. I expected to be a wall jump area, excuse me. And we probably want you to still be shooting at enemies. So we probably put something here. Like this. Okay. So this is chest with claw boots. And then, yeah, more enemies. There we go. So just something else to do while you're in this room. You don't have double jumping. This is probably not the right height. So you're expected to go up here. And then what were the other things we had? Pillars blocking your path. You get the teleport ability. So I think the point of a Metroidvania a lot of times is backtracking. Now, backtracking without having a lot of rewards for exploration is not as fun. So at any given point, you've only got one way to go so far. If we were to put an obstacle over here that requires you to have gotten to this room first, then you need to come all the way back here. But you need to know that you have to do that. We could have like a drop down from the top over here. So like this could just connect. And now that you wall jumped up, you get the teleportability in this room. And then you fall back down and you're in the first room. But now you can actually get past something. So like chest with boots could be here, but there could be some like area over here too. This could work. Yeah. A lot of this like playtesting is going to suss this out. Still got to figure out biomes and stuff. Headless simulation and visuals that just read from it. Architecture. It's buggy. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I see. It was kind of like Botland, I guess. I think doing animations that way is really tough sometimes. Like with Botland, I guess the real problem with Botland was there were events that were instantaneous. So like shooting a laser was, it just got shot and then did damage immediately. But for the player, we needed to animate it. The animation wasn't part of the simulation. I think if we just had real projectiles that we simulated, I think it'd be better. But yeah, matching physics or whatever else you need to do. Hey, Franken, I think that's a challenge. All right, so yeah, here's what I'm thinking. You get up to here, and then we need you to be able to, we want a couple of things. We want you probably, I guess we do want this to be pretty long. So we want you to have some like wall jump area. So maybe this gets you up to this platform. And then we need like walls that prevent you from moving forward. Maybe there's an enemy up here. How would you get up here? You jump up to this. You jump up to this. There's some enemies. Then there is a chest with teleport ring. And then I think right beyond the chest with the teleport ring, we should make it so that you have to teleport. Well, it could just look like this. Oh, this is pretty straightforward. Maybe there is a way over here, but there's a wall blocking you. So now you can teleport to the other side of this. Hey, Prophet. Archstron. Which I mean, just me. Hey, good morning. Hey, this isn't too bad as far as drafting out a map. I should definitely write this down in the future. Just use like one tile and plan it this way. So now we expect you to go to the left. What's next? And to find the path through the walls to the exit. You can also use wall jumps to reposition yourself vertically. All right, so here we would have slightly thicker walls, I guess, and you need to find where the gaps are and make it to that. So like maybe there's a platform here. Or I don't know. You'd be able to make it in both directions, right? And with wall jumping lets you just move up infinitely. What am I doing? We might need to change the mechanics of wall jump so that you can only go up when there are two walls side by side. May need to change the mechanics of wall jumping. Right now, with a single vertical wall, you can climb infinitely. We may want to make it so that you can only gain height if there are two walls close enough to each other. Thing that I don't want to do is every time the game updates, delete all the nodes in the scene tree and reinstantiate them. That means I have to write a ton of logic to make the smallest change to the scene tree based on the next update from the simulation. Yeah, I guess without me knowing exactly what the simulation is like, it's hard to say. But at least in Botland, the way I saved replays was recording all the different actions that took place. Although, like I said, a lot of them were instantaneous or required just like a grid position, and then played them back in order. So yeah, this is the issue. And let's say we made a little divot up here too. You can wall jump up here and then teleport across and you just be done. I wanted to make a little bit of a puzzle that involves you teleporting through these pillars. And if we change wall jump mechanics, this would be very easy, I guess. We could just put another like thick wall over here and get you to jump up to, I mean, let's do it like this, I guess. Get you to jump up to here. I was taught that technique is called journaling. Yeah. This cat can sleep through anything. All right, so you teleport through this, jump up to here. There'd be another wall. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Yeah, teleport through here, fall down, teleport through this. Jump up to here, teleport through this wall, jump up to here, and then teleport through this wall. I guess it's not really all that difficult, is it? Mm. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Hey, it's something. It's not super interesting. What do we have next? So pillars, teleport. Maybe we have an enemy or something in here. I don't know. We figure that out later. 6th room, there are mushroom enemies or something guarding your way onto a platform. They won't move. You have to shoot from the air. So first, I think we get to the backtracking bit. So now we have you go all the way back to the beginning. And this should probably still involve... Let's do something like this. Now, knowing that you have the teleport ability, we need to make these walls really thick. And potentially these inner walls as well. You could teleport between them, but then you might think you need to leave through a different part. So, yeah, I guess we should do that everywhere. There. That could work. Hey, Corpsey. Thicker. Okay, yeah. So let's put the wall like that. Then you can't even get to the treasure chest. Nobody has fun playing the video game. I say you can thank Corpsey for this. So we put an enemy here, an enemy here, an enemy here. My job here is done. You know, I guess I could have mocked this up with actual like symbols. So you would see an enemy before you actually get arrows, and you'd know that they're up here, but you wouldn't be able to do anything. And then we could put some walls here, but they'll probably block the enemy from actually causing damage to you. Maybe you can just teleport over the enemy or something. Like maybe there's a platform here and a wall here, and you could just get through it. And same thing, maybe there's some stuff like that. Okay, so you are supposed to fall back down here, which I don't know how you'd know. Maybe because you would have seen that this room has something on the other side of it. Yeah, so I want you to teleport through this wall. And that's where you're going to get a chest that you like unlocks the ability to jump and shoot. So there'd be something blocking enemies or blocking your path. So here, put this. Can you teleport up and down? No. It's only left and right. All right, so there's an enemy over here, and then we do this. Make a thicker wall over here. And there'd be a treasure chest. Just rename this to teleport chest. This is the claw boots chest. And one more. This is going to be the air shooting chest. Which is, I guess, a bow. So now that you have the ability to shoot in the air, you'd be able to shoot these enemies, which will allow you to go on this platform. You need to meet Sidekick at some point, and then that's it. We're basically done. We have nothing else. I don't know. I guess fitting everything into this little grid could be fine. I'm not using other biomes though. Are you entirely in this one biome while you're playing? There's also got to be a high jump boots room. Yeah, I don't know. This is why this is so difficult. All right, so other rooms with traps that you need immunity for. Maybe the other biomes are just for transportation, basically, and there's not really puzzles. Oh no, what I had said is maybe you shoot up through the dungeon and end up in the jungle biome, and you go up and up and up. Where's the music? I already closed that thing down. I didn't end up doing more work after the stream yesterday, but I want to listen to this and see what it would feel like if you shot up through the dungeon and hit this. Yeah, I think this would be good. Okay. Yeah, so I think you should shoot up through the dungeon into the jungle area. So how did Sidekick get there? Yeah, I like the serene music before going to space. There must be other areas that maybe Sidekick figured out how to get to, but you didn't. Like nothing brings you into the desert biome. The other thing I was kind of wondering about is like how bad would it be if one of these doors just opened up and you were in a desert and there was no transition between them? I would love to mock that up, but I don't think it'll be easy. I guess the simplest thing we can do is just copy this, put this in here. Hey, Phaedric. And then go back to this one. Because I'd like to have some little desert interlude. No, I don't think this will ever work. There's like, you're just outside. It wouldn't ever make sense to connect these things. That's good enough. Why not a temple in a desert sort of thing? Well, like I said, we just don't have anything connecting the two. So there's going to be this just harsh change from one environment to another, like what you see here. Maybe the background of the dungeon isn't there anymore and you see this desert area. Because I kind of want to do that. I want to have just one like brief little desert area. So it's like you see all the same biomes that Sidekick saw. What else do we have in the desert? Sprites, worlds. Oh, this isn't even correct. It's over here. Tile set, desert. Props. There's some spikes, but they don't look like they're metal. They look like they're bone or something like that. And there's a scorpion, and that's it. Yeah. You want a room that's both dungeon and desert? I was imagining you open a door and exit the dungeon. Clear wall of separation. Yeah, we could do that. Although I don't have a way of leaving the desert then. There's no like door for the desert. I was originally planning on using portals. Portals could still work. I want it to kind of make sense though where you are in the dungeon. I think portals would make that tough. Yeah, the only thing I could think that could maybe work is cutting out the background of here and you just see like this cloud in the background. And now all of a sudden you're in the desert area. Sky. What do we have here? Clouds, 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 sky. Okay, great. And what about over here? Mountain. Maybe it could work. Yeah, we should probably mock that up next. See how we could potentially transition between dungeon and desert. That way you see all of the biomes that Sidekick sees. I guess all it has to be is just a room that you go into. Maybe there are different enemies. Oh, you get bomb arrows at some point. I forgot about that. Bomb arrow rooms. So we're going to have the air shooting chest here. We need to let you use it a little bit more. So we would probably do something like this. And have another enemy. This would just be blank, I guess. Goodbye, Abby. Good cat. All right, this has to be a thicker wall so you can't teleport through. Oh, also, you'd be able to just see below here. Like, while you're on this, you would see all the way down to here, I guess. So you probably need to make these walls a little bit thicker. All right, well, what rooms are we missing now? There's got to be a sidekick room. High jump boots room. All right, traps. I kind of want to do one more little backtracking thing. But I don't want you to have to go too far. Oh, you know what I just realized? You have no reason to go over here. Yeah, once you get the teleport ring, you can just walk back where you came from. That was not intentional. But it also doesn't really matter. Like, so what? What is going on right now? That's what's going on. Hey, you can just walk back. Do we want to stop that? I don't really think so. Yeah, I don't think there's an issue. Also, what are we doing with all this blank space in the room? Maybe we just put another enemy there or something. All right. So yeah, how much more do I want you to backtrack? We will eventually give you immunity to traps. We could have a trap blocking your path somewhere. Hey, Atomic, I'm doing well. How are you doing? But like, would you know to go back? Do you even get any other upgrades? I guess bomb arrows. Bomb arrows would have to let you destroy a floor. or a cracked wall. Hey, Pickle. So wait, Sidekick ended up in the... Oh, darn it. Sidekick ended up in the jungle. And I wanted them to end up there because of how I made the music. Which, well, no, it's not unreasonable that they'd stay in the jungle. Maybe you find them. You left Sidekick in the jungle. They don't have to be there still, but it may be confusing for the player if you find them in the dungeon or the desert. How's it coming along? It's coming along pretty well. I've been... Let me show this. Extreme. Will the pricing of this game be on release day? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm too far from being done with the game to even know how much game there's going to be to sell. Like if they were what we have right now, it's maybe like 2 hours of gameplay. I think people would be okay spending like $4 or something. But I want to at least double it. Anyway, so yeah, Atomic. I had finished this game. This was like the last major game that we finished. It's the one where you're kind of playing like a Zelda-y style, and then you go to an endless runner type of game. So this got done. Then we did a bunch of little features like adding in control rebinding and with proper controller glyphs and save slots and a bunch of other things too. And then I've been working lately on this game. So this is supposed to be kind of like a Metroidvania game. You start it as Sidekick and you're losing control of your mind and your character. So you just find yourself in these like new areas all of a sudden and you're like, how did I get here? And I'm not directly controlling the character all the time. Like sometimes it's fighting me and moving me in the opposite direction or jumping for me. So here I just idled for no reason. And then we end up over here and now I have no control over my character. So this is to signify that Sidekick is losing his agency. He is no longer having fun in this game. So he's just becoming a mindless NPC. And we blur the screen to kind of send this home that his identity is gone. So you will eventually encounter him when you come back. So now you have full control over your character and you collect these chests, you get items. So we get the jump boots, we get arrows, we get the claw boots, a teleport ring, and the last one I just added yesterday, which is bomb arrows. So yeah, now we can wall jump and we can teleport through walls and we can shoot arrows and every third one will be a bomb arrow. So you're going to go through this world that we're trying to design right now, and you'll eventually find Sidekick, and you'll eventually leave this dungeon. You'll end up in space, and then in space, you're going to play a totally different game that we got to make. So it's coming along. A lot of questions to answer. The air shooting chest is really just for like this room and kind of nothing else. It's more like a convenience upgrade. Oh, the farm shoes. Oh, okay. So you hadn't seen those other games that we had. Also, we have a splash screen right here. It only shows really quickly, which is nice. Yeah, I think the games that I had done after that were this one. This is a top-down shooter where you get upgrades, you go through this little dungeon, you fight monsters, they drop power-ups, and you eventually get to the boss, which is a summoner of summoners. So eventually, if you just stuck around in this room, you'll get like swarmed by enemies. So you actually have to kill the summoners if you want to stop that, or just kill the boss, of course. And then the other game we made was a very Skeleseller-inspired one, which is that you get items from these treasure chests, and they go onto these podiums, and you can set their prices, and then get perks. And yeah, it's just like a different way of playing Skeleseller almost. Now customers can come and buy these things. And depending on your prices, they might be happy or upset. So that one bought for 10. If I set this to like 1,000, everyone who comes over will be mad at it. There aren't that many customers right now. Yeah. Like, they're mad. You know to lower the price. Copyright strike. Don't let this man make his own game. Hey, Colt. He's talking about video games containing their own sequels in the game, as opposed to like a collection that doesn't advertise itself as a collection. I am not familiar with that video. I wonder what the context of that is. I guess setting up enough of the next game. Okay. Let's see. What do I still have to do here? Yeah, I figured out the backtracking question. I mean, we could have a really obviously cracked wall over here. If the map isn't huge, it's not that annoying to backtrack. Yeah, maybe this is where there's a cracked wall. I don't, would you even notice it? I guess you would because you'd see the room on the other side of this. Yeah, okay, let's just see. Yeah, maybe it's confusing, maybe it's not. Where's my... Here, let's put this here. So, cracked wall. And so whatever you get over here, bomb arrows, I guess, you're going to need to backtrack through there. Maybe there are traps that... How would we do this? Okay, I have an idea. Yeah, I have an idea for how this can work. So we have a wall you can't go through. And a wall you can't go through here too. And then traps along the floor. No, this won't work because you could teleport. How do we stop that? Invisible wall. You see an NPC go through it. I want to be careful with invisible walls. I think it's something we're going to end up doing quite a lot in this game. Trap. This is cracked wall. Cracked wall. Yeah, I need a slightly different way of envisioning this room. So this won't work. Yeah, we need there to be spikes all along this floor. And I need some way for you to make it easily over to the side, but not back up. So you could jump and then teleport. Would you even know you do this? Maybe you wouldn't be able to figure it out very easily. Oops. Not what I meant to press. There has to be spikes along this as well. In fact, if we only put spikes along this, it'd be fine. Oh, I see. I see. Interesting. I wonder how many games do that. Like, what are the examples? All right, so this would make a little bit more sense, and then this wouldn't be too crazy. Layout, rotate. Where's rotate? Here. All right, so spikes are along this wall. Yeah, so you're going to eventually get the ability to go back up through here. I guess I got to be careful. There's no other, like, trick path. Oh, my God, I keep doing that. Something like that. So these spikes would hurt you. They'd probably just kill you. And then you're going to get a chest over here that will make it so that maybe you get the bomb arrows first, but there's no obvious place to use them. Maybe you actually meet Sidekick in here. Yeah, this is probably a pretty good time for you to meet Sidekick. And you would be unable to go through this room without talking to Sidekick. So we just need like a plain room at this point. He's like trapped in here. Hey, Neens. What do you place fake spikes all around where the player's supposed to go? Well, you get immunity to spikes. So they can be real spikes. It's just when you come back, you won't have a problem progressing through that room. All right, so we got to make this a room that you otherwise can't do anything else in. As in, you can't like wall jump around it. Yeah, you can't teleport through. So, I mean, I guess it's just this, right? So this is where you meet Sidekick. You take them, you have some dialogue. And then we want you to get... So yeah, let's just leave this room kind of as is. And then for this next room, this also doesn't need to be this tall, but we'll figure out heights and everything later. Yeah, this is gonna require multiple kind of iterations just to figure out what works, what platforms do we need, what stops you from going through other areas. I don't know. All right, anyway, Sidekick room. So this is where you'll have a dialogue with Sidekick. Now you need to get trap immunity and you need to get bomb arrows. So you'll teleport into here. Now they're going to be spikes all over this room. Oh, you know what's actually kind of interesting? We could put a platform up here. We just need to make it obvious that you need to get up there, and then you wall jump your way up. Then how do you leave? I mean, you could just fall back down and get it, right? What is this? What did I frame this as? Thick skin, some kind of armor, mostly impervious armor. Multiple sequels found at the end, all the same game. It's interesting because I feel like it make it hard to market the game. People would probably appreciate it though. Yeah, so this gives you trap immunity, but then we need you to require the trap immunity. I guess going up a vertical wall is a good way to do it. What else? Maybe the armor. Well, nothing would stop you from going back over here. Well, no, something that could stop you from going back over here is not being able to jump that far. Yes, that is smart. That is what we will do. So we put this here. We rotate it again. Done. So spikes along the floor. This platform needs to be high enough up. So I guess up here. And then you jump down to where the armor is. And we just need to make sure that that's far enough away from the edge that you can't just jump and teleport back through. So maybe we put this like over here. Yeah, so spikes all along this floor. And to kind of give this impression, this is going to be kind of funny. What I'm going to do is we're just going to expand this. Scale. Unlink. Oh, that's how I meant to click. Unlink 5. There. Spikes. Okay, great. So you jump from here. You can teleport. You get the armor. This is now a dead end. Noise indeed. And maybe there's an enemy over here. I don't know. We could always add those in later. All right, so you get the armor. You get you see that there are spikes. You can now walk on the spikes. So you now know you can go up back over to here, drop down through this, and now there's a cracked wall. So I guess you need bomb arrows somewhere. What if we just put 2 chests right next to each other? Yeah, I like that idea. So armor chest, and then right next to it, chest 2, bomb arrows. And chest 1. Why is this so difficult? Bomb arrows. Chest. There we go. All right, now I guess center this. And center this. There. That looks pretty good, right? Yeah, it's at least obvious what I meant to communicate. It'll be Metroidvania. Yeah, this particular subgame will be. And we're just trying to lay out like the basic dungeon to figure out how this will go. So now you get both the bomb arrows and the armor. You did not ever get a reason to use bomb arrows yet. And maybe there's some like some tough enemy guarding you. Maybe it's just the knight. Maybe there's like a knight here. And they can only be killed with bomb arrows. Stationary. Only killable with bomb arrows. Okay. Font size, just lower this down a bit. Put this here. I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah, there. All right, so now you make it to the cracked wall. And you can now make it through this using your bomb arrows. And now the only thing, what are we missing? We're missing the high jump boots room. And maybe we could put like a little gauntlet here that involves you doing a little bit of everything. Yeah, so we'll do one more room. Let's just do this. In fact, maybe this is the room with the treasure chest. So it'd be like this. So this is the edge of the world. All right, so gauntlet room, a little of everything. And then a treasure chest over here. No. You should be done with any danger. How would we stop you from... Yeah, no, we should be done with any danger. Should be the high jump boots chest. Okay, so we put this over here. And then just plan out how this room is going to look. I guess this ceiling doesn't need to be this thick. Well, if you can see through it, then it probably does need to be that thick. Like we put this here. All right, so to convince you that this requires, that this is going to need you to get the high jump, we're going to put another chest. So you have no way of getting up to here without the high jump boots. Oh, there's a problem though. Yeah, we got to put it like right. Yeah, we got to put it right in the middle of the room. And then we probably got to put a fake treasure chest up here. Fake treasure chest. Maybe even just like barely off screen. Something like that. Wait, no, this can't work. They have to be the same height. Otherwise you could get up there on your own. Gonna spring pads. Well, this is the wrong thing. The idea of this particular game, this is fake treasure chest, fake treasure. And this should have said high jump boots. Yeah, so the idea of this particular game is that when you get the high jump boots, you'll think you need to get up to here. But when you try to jump, you're actually going to blast through the dungeon, through the jungle, and into space. And it's going to become a space shooter. So this is quite the ambitious combination of a couple of games here. All right, so here's our general layout. I think this is decent. Yeah, and this wasn't too bad. There is a tiny problem, I guess. Like maybe the gauntlet room is the desert. Like blowing up the wall puts you into the desert, but then you go back into the dungeon for some reason. Maybe you just never get to the desert. Or maybe sidekick room is the desert, although you left them in the jungle. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing there. Yeah. But this is pretty neat. So we got to go answer those other questions. Have we put everything in here now? Sidekick. We did that. We got the mushroom enemy thing. Room with traps, bomb arrows, high jump boots. Yeah, I think we changed bomb arrows to be every arrow. Yeah. There's a lot of work we have to do. Change it so that every arrow you fire once unlocking bomb arrows is a bomb arrow. That way the space shooter will make sense. Like arrows couldn't pierce armor. And there's no way for you to play this without getting the bomb arrows. So there's no worry about you getting over here and not having them. Although even if you did, whatever, arrows can still just shoot and do damage. But it doesn't make as much sense that they'd be blowing up spaceships, right? It doesn't make sense why you'd be in space in the first place. So I guess it doesn't really need to make sense why you could blow up spaceships, but the bombs would make sense. All right, so the transition between dungeon and desert. Let's go make a new scene. We're going to call this like dungeon desert transition test. This is just going to be an artwork test. In fact, this is all we have right now, right? Yeah. Just going to be an artwork test. I'm not convinced this is going to look good. Yeah, I'm not convinced this is going to look good. So let's just drag some of these in here and see what we're doing. Where'd that go? There we go. All right, so we need a... we could copy this over for now. Apparently, no, we can't. Copy. Paste. Good. So I'm wondering is, if we put this over... I don't know, like, let's say this is the desert room. Not that it makes sense. And you didn't leave them in the desert anyway. I'm going to stretch this. I don't really care right now. We're going to make another tile map layer. We're going to totally... Actually, this is stupid, right? Make it like this. Tile map layer. Quick load in backtracking. All right, so this is the background here. Let's put some of these in. And then, you know, carve out some... Oh, does it have a different clear color? Okay, let's go get that. Backtracking platformer. Screen treasure. Where is this? Oh, in the individual rooms. Background fill. Yeah. Why is it so hard to copy paste these things? Huh. Strange. I don't know why that's not working for me. All right, so this is the background fill. This can just fill the entire dungeon. So there. This is not correct. I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing? This is the desert background. This is the dungeon background. Why is right clicking not working? Do I need to click one of these first? Ah, yes, I do. All right, so whatever. There's some like path through here. I'm just going to make this look like something here. And then what if the background just kind of went away over here and we saw the desert background there instead? So it's like you're emerging into the outdoors. There's just not an obvious transition. And then all of a sudden we'd start using desert tiles here. So this would all be different. And, you know, maybe there's some platforms or whatever here. It's not bad. And then we change the music as soon as you get to this point. The problem is the ordering of this. Maybe you shoot through the desert. Maybe that's what's over here. So above the dungeon is a desert. Let me put this up here. Desert biome. Question mark. I wanted to send you through the dungeon into another biome into space, but just one biome. It could be that it was desert and then jungle, but I don't think that would make sense. It could though. It could. Yeah, it could. Desert biome, and you go through this. The music probably wouldn't change. It also... Yeah, let me see. So we put some desert tiles here. These just go right on top. Maybe it'd be more background than it is anything else. You wouldn't know it's a desert biome, right? How's it going overall? It's going pretty well. The playtest went well. I worked on some music yesterday. I came up with some ideas. I mean, they're not all great. The one for the dungeon that we have here is this. Jungle's only a mirage and you're still in the desert. Okay, let me play this music alongside the game it's supposed to be in. Okay, hold on. Yes, this sort of atmospheric music we have here. Hey, Presley, hey, Ramu. I like it. I think it's good. I think it's fitting. It's a little sparse, a little spooky. Anyway, then we've got just this, which I have not fleshed out yet. I really like this. Yeah. So all in all, it would be about 3 minutes of music. And then you're going to go through the desert area. This, I only came up with some ideas. I didn't actually connect them or anything. So this doesn't sound great. But we got some... kind of a harsher instrument. Some like random little... Yeah. Yeah, anyway. That's not really fleshed out. And then this one is when Sidekick finally loses their agency completely. This is in the jungle. It's very ethereal, foggy, unfocused. Just 30 seconds long and it loops. Although, I don't think you'll ever have a chance for this to loop. So that's kind of what I'm picturing. And yeah, when you play as Sidekick, So you're starting in the dungeon area. It doesn't have to be that way. We could start you in the desert. We could start you in the jungle. And then this is where you have almost full control. So like if I just stood around, my character will move themselves at some point. But once you get to this next part, it's like you just forgotten where you are pretty much. And you're like, what's going on here? So now you're in the desert tile set. I got to fix these tiles. They look messed up. And now we're losing control 1/3 of the time. So when I try to jump to the left, it will eventually like fight me and move to the right. Yeah, it just did that. And then you get to the jungle. That's where that ethereal music plays. So it'd be here. And now I'm not controlling anything. My controls do nothing. My character has completely lost agency. Yeah. So I think as a result of that, it's very important that you end in the jungle, since the music is fitting for that environment. So the other places that we have are the graveyard, the dungeon, the desert, a snow place, and the forest. The forest is too similar to the jungle, so I think we cut that out. The snow place could work. Actually, I hadn't thought of that. The snow place could work. This track would work pretty well with it. I originally didn't want there to be confusion about like, wait, is Sidekick dying from the cold? Like you can't control them anymore, and they're just there for like hours. And they're shirtless. So being shirtless in the snow. What's that visual effect? That's just a shader to blur the screen. It's just a Gaussian blur. Yeah. Yeah, maybe ending them in the snow area makes the most sense. Ending in the snow area makes the most sense. And that's where you meet them. I think that could work from the dungeon. Yeah, I think that could work. So you would burst through the desert, I guess? Yeah. All right. I think we figured it out. Where is... Here it is. Yeah, so desert biome. This is just something you'll burst through. Just a visual that you burst through on your way to space. Is there word wrapping? There is, but I don't have it on. Not arbitrary word. There. And then, yeah, you go to space. Nice. Looks like some kind of kaleidoscope effect rather than a blur. It might have been. I think we just like super intensified it such that it looked like a kaleidoscope, because I made it go beyond, what is it called? It's called screen effect. There it is. Okay, yeah. So yeah, it's written as a Gaussian blur, but I let the intensity go up to 3x. So I'm not sure exactly what this particular thing is doing. It's just sampling from different parts of the texture, which is kind of how blurring works. So I guess when you just do it beyond where you probably should be doing it, it looks like the kaleidoscope thing. Okay, I think I have... Oh, I can't snooze the ad. Hang on, let me try this again. Okay, snoozed. All right, so conclusions. Change the jungle to the snow area. Have you burst through and like do what we can to transition it within the dungeon. Maybe the room to the right. Can we even do this? We might not be able to do this. What is the room to the right? There are spikes. Spikes are not in the snow area, but there's nothing stopping us from using the ones from the dungeon as long as they look good. So what do we have in props? Oh, we have spikes. Well. All right, cool. Yeah, I think this will work. Yeah, pretty good. also in the snow, and there just aren't ceilings. There doesn't have to be a ceiling here either, except for that there's a room above you. So I think this whole thing should be moved slightly to the right. I'm going to write that down here. Note to self. Probably need to move this whole room to the right so that the mini map doesn't show more dungeon above it. This will be a snowy area, and I don't want it to have a ceiling. All right, then let's just make this a little bit larger. Yeah. All right, so all this would be snowy. And that's why we bump it all to the right so that it looks like there's just open world above it. And I guess it wouldn't make a lot of sense how... Maybe, hang on, let me think about this. Maybe we make it so that that's Sidekick. If Sidekick ended up there, then that means that they got all these other power-ups, right? Like they got the teleport ring? Oh, this is so difficult. I guess we just paper over that. But if they made it to this room and there were only like 2 rooms left, then it doesn't really make sense how they wouldn't have figured this out. Also, they're with you afterward, but they might not have a recollection of what they've tried. Hey, Stark. I am doing well. All right, I think we got to answer some questions here still. Have you burst through the desert to get to space? Yeah, this works so much better for the music, which is already set up to loop pretty well. Oh man, I really, really like that. So questions we still have. How did Sidekick make it to the snow area, but not any further? Should we relocate the Sidekick room such that it's earlier? Maybe it's after getting the claw boots or something. Also, they have an upgrade you don't have. When did you start taking notes this way? Probably like, I don't know, 16 years ago or something. Yeah, it's been a very long time. There was another question that I had. Oh, what was it? What was it? What was it? What was it? Maybe it was just this. Oh, yeah, that's right. How do we copy the rooms exactly where Sidekick is? And does Sidekick even need double jumping? Do we take that away from them? So you get the boots here. That lets you jump. Sidekick definitely got that. Then there are enemies blocking the path. Maybe Sidekick just jumped over them. And then they got stuck like over here somewhere. Yeah, we need to relay out the world. Is there a playtest active or planned for the current progress? I've been doing private playtests. 1 sec before I expand on that, though. They could have just jumped over the enemies instead of defeating them. There was something else on my mind. Hang on a sec. Oh, yeah. Does Sidekick remember enough about how they got stuck to realize how you did what they couldn't? Maybe they just don't have a bow. Does that have lore implications? Is there dialogue that you'll hear about this from Sidekick? I realized I was supposed to jump up the wall. Maybe Sidekick just doesn't read. That's a problem. Okay, anyway, so yeah, I've been doing private playtests, and for checkpoint 1, we got 5 unique people. And then for checkpoint 2, we got 5 people, 4 were unique. So yeah, my wife played twice. And I think the feedback from the second round was just, yeah, generally pretty positive. There were some things we needed to change and still do need to change. But in general, the game is looking better and better. And even little things, maybe this isn't so little, but in the platformer, so it might be hard to remember back what it looked like a couple months ago, but there are a couple things I've already changed. One, I mentioned I have control glyphs here. So it used to say press A to jump, and A was just in text like this. But it wasn't even the A button. It was the B button, and it might have been something totally different if you're on like a PlayStation controller. So now it says press X to jump. So like that alone is pretty nice. But that's minor. Most gamers expect that. The background is now animated. You can see the water reflection there. We have a proper parallax effect. The clouds are moving in the sky. So all of those little things change. And then when you get over to here, we have a much better visual effect. This was feedback from a friend of mine. He said, look, falling through the world is neat, but like other games have done that. So you need something obviously over the top and glitchy here. So we changed it so you fall through the source code of the game, which is like, okay, well, you've probably never seen that in a game before, right? And yeah, then land down here, and then it's business as usual. Hey, Zoe. Yeah, so these are the kinds of things that it's like every playtest, we get a little bit more feedback. We do a little bit more just kind of fun stuff. One of my favorite things I like showing off here is when Kevin was playing, let me cheat my way over here. When Kevin was playing, he wanted to use the shovel on everything because he just loved this idea of like you can dig up houses and you can dig up trees. And he came over to the community center and tried digging up the door to the community center. So I was like, okay, let's allow that. So now you can do this and you can walk in the community center. But you still have a key in your inventory and there's just no purpose to this key. So now you can throw it on the ground and it blows up. And there's no explanation for it and like the key's gone. And no one's probably going to discover this on their own. But like, yeah, that's possible now. And it's just a funny thing that we did. Ratchet up the comedy value. Yeah, the bitrate does not like that. Yeah. So yeah, I really, really like some of the little ideas we can inject into this and just add some personality, add some life. I especially like, I like the idea that like 5% of your player base may find something and be utterly delighted by it. This happened in Skeleseller. During the Skeleseller tutorial, I'll just show this. I might as well. But not many people discovered this, and the ones who accidentally did, some found it very funny. But when you make a new game, you go through the intro. Oh, wait. Oh, I have it turned off, so you can't actually do this. Oh, well. Anyway, I made a video about it somewhere. I'll just go find the video. This. Yeah. So, yeah, you start the game and it says, look around, you got to build a guild. And this sign goes here. And there were some people who didn't notice the sign. And there's also a buildings button at the top, and they didn't notice that too. And I was like, all right, I'm going to make this really, really obvious for those people who get stuck. And I sped this up for the sake of the video. But yeah, the longer you wait, the more little arrow hands point at this thing. Where is it? Yeah. And the people who saw this naturally are like, okay, I get it. It's just so over the top. And that was it. That's what we did for Skeleton. So I like that idea. I want it to be, you know, more than like 1 out of 10,000 players who would discover it. Only the community center is still standing and everything else is rubble because the key was actually a nuke or something. Yeah, see, that's saying it to an even further point. It's like each one of these, I think it'd be funnier, but how many people would discover it? How many people would know that's not what's supposed to happen? Anyway, I'm going to take a break now because an ad's about to start. And when we get back, we will try to answer some of these questions. But I am already pretty happy with this progress. This is great. I'd love to develop some of this today. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello, hello. Hey, Senri. Hey, Granny Sith. The glitchy source code effect could be used more, like when you do something out of place. I want to be careful about overusing it. Like, I want to have different ideas for leaving. Close the game. I want to have different ideas for leaving the games that we have. And we could maybe use the source code one a lot. I just realized, so there was someone I think I reached out to a while ago, and they said they'd make a video on Skeleseller, and they did. And they have a ton of subscribers. They have almost 1 million subscribers, and their videos get like, yeah, like 100K, 300K views. And this was released an hour ago. So let's see how this ends up impacting the Steam charts for how many people are playing Skeleseller. I mean, you can see it like shot up. That's not saying a lot. It went from like 8 to 16. And I don't know if it's because of that video, but I suspect this is going to go into like the 20s or 30s today, which still, not crazy. I haven't watched the whole video. I only just discovered this on my break, but I started watching the first couple of minutes. My wacky idea was recognized by the dev. Yeah, definitely, Luna. And Undertale is a pretty big inspiration for me. I am very impressed by the game and the music and yeah, just the ideas and everything. And I want to use that as my North Star, not in terms of game mechanics, but just in terms of how I want to make this game and how I want it to be received. All right, so this is a very important game dev learning. I want to write this down. Right in game dev learnings. It's a private note that I have. Mocking up a map with the absolute bare minimum was great. I only used a single foreground terrain brush, no background, and didn't even put objects in, just labels to indicate where things should go. It made it much easier to visualize. And yeah. Yeah, that video will probably get many more tens of thousands of views. The only thing is I don't think the thumbnail is great for this. I think their other thumbnails are typically a little bit more interesting. Oh no, I guess never mind. They're not really. Yeah, they're all kind of the same. Yeah. All right. So how did Sidekick make it to the snow area but not any further? So here's where, I mean, there is lore behind this game. And the general things that are salient for this is that characters who aren't enjoying the games they're in turn into NPCs. And characters eventually get stuck in their current games. So Sidekick got stuck here and turned into an NPC. So that's what happened. But rewinding a bit, how did that happen? Like, how did they get stuck? So imagine if I was like, I don't know, imagine if I gave you Stuck in a Broken tutorial and I did not tell you it was a broken game. And I'm like, all right, you just got to play. So you're in the platformer. You're jumping around, you're finding diamonds and stuff. The world is not that big. Like, here's the left edge of the world. So, okay, you can't go left. And you go to the right. And you eventually make it to the only thing you can find in here, which is this. And you'll try this jump. Whether you succeed or fail, you'll eventually make it over to the right side where you'll fall through the world. And that's it. Now you will have left this game. So some of this we got to paper over a little bit. Like, you could imagine a real person getting stuck in a Zelda game. Like, you could imagine someone just not beating a dungeon here. Maybe, I don't know, they couldn't figure out a puzzle or something, and they just legitimately got stuck. But you couldn't imagine them getting stuck on, like, the first screen of Mario Bros. 1. Eventually, you're going to jump. You're going to make it past the Goomba. Yeah. So, it's probably not reasonable that Sidekick would have made it through, like, all of these other rooms and then gotten stuck here and not realized what to do. I think it's much more reasonable that they would have gotten stuck somewhere around here. But actually, now that I think about it, if we're going to show you the part of the world that they got stuck in, it's got to be, and it's going to be this map, then it's got to be something you can't actually do. Maybe you try getting up to here, but you can't. I don't want the enemy to be able to hurt you. Maybe it can't be this room. Maybe they never got the teleport ring. They would have the claw boots, though. If they have the claw boots, then they'd be able to wall jump. Which would mean that you could wall jump when you're playing as sidekick. Which is not a problem. I don't mind that. That's okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. Maybe the enemies weren't there. Okay, that's a way we could potentially do this. You're in these rooms and the enemies don't exist. And we don't allow you to go to the left. Or no, we just make the trigger point be on the sides. Okay, that could potentially work. Yeah. Hang on, let me think about this. So you have the claw boots, enemies aren't there. Yeah, something like that. So this is the region we would start you in. And we could start you anywhere over here. And even allow you to see the other enemies and stuff. I think it would add intrigue. But I want there to be platforms as well. So maybe you start in this room and the treasure chest isn't there because you don't have a bow. Or maybe the treasure chest is there, but it's already open, meaning that you got arrows, but you don't have a bow. But that's another question is like, why do you have a bow and they don't? But yeah, I think they should start in the room with arrows. There should be no enemies. The chest should already be open. And anytime they try to make it too far in either direction, it shifts to the desert. But they couldn't make it to the desert. There's no way for you to get there unless you blow your way through the bottom of the dungeon into the desert biome. Hey, Tay. Happy Friday. All right, so that's another question I don't have an answer to. How did Sidekick make it to the desert if you never actually make it there? Is it assumed that they eventually found some way to get there? And then they make it back to the snowy area? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, we paper over this. That's fine. Okay, note we probably have to change the transition to room 2 so that the room aligns to where Sidekick is. Yeah. Is this a new game I'm working on? Let me see when you were last here. You were here in April. So it was the same game as then. It's still stuck in a broken tutorial. But Stuck in a Broken Tutorial itself is a collection of sub games. So you probably saw me working on the platformer back then and maybe the farming game. And since then we've made a top-down shooter, a loot selling game, and a dungeon racer game. And now we're working on game number 6. It's a Metroidvania game that turns into a space shooter. And I'm planning out the world and everything, and I think we've gotten answers to almost every question. Hey, Magnus. Yeah. All right. This has been a beast of a design challenge for all of this. I think we can write this down. Okay, so this is good. How did Sidekick make it to the desert? I think we just paper over this. It's assumed that they found some secret that you didn't, or that players won't really question this. Why did you have a bow but they didn't? This is the same question as why did your grandfather leave you a farm but his didn't? And I don't have an answer for this. So there's got to be some lore reason behind this. We should probably plan this out a little bit. So why did you have a bow but they didn't? Why did your grandfather leave you a farm but his didn't? Or like, why were you the farmer and he was a townsperson? So like option one, his grandfather loved him more. Option one is just there are different roles for different characters. Option two is it's something. Well, I mean that's pretty much it, right? There's just different roles for different characters. Oh no, that's not it. Option two could be there's something innate about your identity that transfers between games. So I don't want this to be items. Because then, like, why wouldn't you have a shovel in all the other later games? Well, it would make it a mess. You're just an NPC. Oh, he didn't start as an NPC. He started as an agent. It could be a combination of the two. Is it design phase like you're writing the story? Just a dev, not a game dev, so I don't know how it works. So I'd say there are different parts of design, just like in regular software development, but there's game design, there's UI design, there's world design, there's like quest design, and all of these are very different, right? Like quest design is probably mostly writing. World design is probably mostly visual. UI design, again, probably mostly visual. Game design is mostly like about mechanics, maybe story. Yeah, you could say some other things in here too, but what we're doing today was mostly world design, but anytime we come up with a problem, it almost always comes back to game design somehow. And in this particular case, when you are playing this game, there are two different people you're playing as. So one is sidekick, and here we are, and we have a jump ability, and that's it. We don't have a bow. Our characters don't even have a weapon on them. So like they don't have a bow or arrow. Bow and arrows, I mean, sorry. And when you start, you do have a bow. So like why is that you're both playing the same game, but one of you has a bow and the other one doesn't? And yeah, that's a game design question. Like there might be a lore reason. It's not a very important question. Like maybe players don't even ask this, but I like to have at least something in my back pocket for how we'd answer it. Hey, Matt. Pressel was asking about you on Wednesday. He wanted to see you just to be part of the not called. Something innate about your identity that transfers between games. Maybe it's a combination of these. They only made the one bow, first come, first serve. Oh, happy 34 months, Matt. Nice, thank you. Definitely not called leader, yeah. Yeah, self-appointed, but I think there should be a power struggle within the not called. There's different roles for different characters. Think about your identity that transfers. What makes the most sense here? Maybe I think I like the combination of the two of these. Yeah, I think that's it. And I want to write this down like and concretize it inside the game design, not just the scratch section. Because this is like a rules of the world kind of thing. Rule of the world. Here it is. Music, agents, architect's realm, game worlds, names, backtracking. All right, I'm going to put something in here about roles. Different characters spawn into the world with different roles For abilities, for example, in the farming game, you spawn as the recipient of the farm, but sidekick is just a townsperson. Likewise, in the backtracking platformer, oops, I typed the exact same typo I made the first time. You have a bow, but sidekick doesn't. The lore reasons behind this are these two things. There are different rules for different characters, and there's something innate about your identity that dictates these rules. In general, we paper over the lore because it isn't, well, we paper over this lore because it isn't super important. Ever be a game where you spawn as a side character? I don't think so. I think there's got to be a purpose to all of this. I always think of Chekhov's gun. It's, yeah, there. Which is if you have a gun in the first act, it must go off by the third act. So in storytelling, generally don't like add in random events that never pan out to something. The difference here is that for a comedy game, you could just do random things and it could be funny. But I think if you're going to play as a side character, then they should have some relevance later on. And we could still find a way to make that work. Okay, so in general, you paper over the lore because this isn't important. And then the rationale and like items do not transfer between games. This is rationale. This is more practical than anything else. We don't have sprites for all of the items or animations needed to use the items. And I don't want players to have to I don't want players to encounter a puzzle and try, well, and have to try literally everything. This is something as much as I like Zelda games, I think a lot of old Zelda games kind of came down to, hey, you got this inventory of items and you encounter a puzzle and you try the bow and arrow, then you try the boomerang, then you try the hook shot, then you try the bombs. And more modern games, even Zelda games, are now, like the newest Zelda games are just very physics based. So yeah, you could shoot your bow and arrow at a chain and knock down a chandelier or something, or you could bomb the wall or send a boulder tumbling at somebody so that you could actually use your imagination a little bit. Whereas in these games, it was like, what did the designers want you to do? There's a crack in the wall, well, you have to use bombs. Doesn't matter if these things like blow up the world around you. They don't blow up cracked walls for some reason. So too bad. A hammer destroying a wall? Nope, that's not possible. So I want to avoid that effect where it's like, okay, well, I got an inventory. I've got a shovel in there. I've got a bow and arrow. I've got something else. Yeah, I want you to have to try everything. So I think we've answered this question. I think this is fine. Yeah, is there anything else we need? Yeah, we paper over this part. I think that's fine too. How do we copy the rooms exactly where sidekick is? Does sidekick even need double jumping? Probably not. I think they could get wall jumping though. It depends on how far they got. So if we just look at this, and this is, you start here. They would have worked their way down to this. They would have gotten the boots. That's pretty obvious. They worked their way back up. Then we're saying there aren't enemies for them for some reason. They get the chest with the arrows, but they don't do anything for sidekick. So this chest would be open. And then they would have worked their way over to here because, again, we're saying there weren't enemies for some reason. And they get the claw boots. Then they never figured out that they could go up this like vertical pathway. So they just became an NPC sort of through here. Well, no, they did wander around. What am I talking about? They found some way to make it to the desert. I guess the dungeon looks slightly different for them. And they even made it down here, which requires you to be able to teleport. Oh, wait, but we're showing that time has passed. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. I I think this game is just going to be a lot of work. You go through picking up the hand-me-downs and scraps of the player before them. Can still make it work, but in a different way. Yeah, I think it'd be a little hard to communicate that, right? Like, hey, you got a bow and arrow, but actually it's just the drawstring of the bow, and you use it as like a rope to climb up to the ceiling. So I think the difficult part would be communicating like you weren't supposed to get these items. We probably just need to outright tell you like, looks like someone has already adventured here, and they left some things. You'll need to, MacGyver your way through this. Oh, by the way, I forgot to show you guys this. I got a new hoodie. Notice something? Yeah, so this is the Stuck in a Broken hoodie. But yeah, I like it a lot. And yeah, it's a nice blue. I like that too. I don't actually want to be wearing a hoodie right now, but now I'm forced to. Unfortunately, the microphone exactly covers where it is. I'd have to raise this up to here. Even then, it doesn't really work. It'd be funny if the zipper broke and you're really stuck. Yeah, and soon enough, we'll have a Steam page. Now, we're getting a lot of good news today, I guess. Hopefully, the Steam page happens. It's going to happen eventually. But yeah, I'm guessing this number has now gone up. 16. Yeah. I think as more people watch this video, it was at 2,000 views. It is now at, where'd it go? 2.3K. Yeah, so maybe by the end of today, there'll be a lot more people playing. It'd also be nice if it caused a ripple effect of people streaming it or yeah, also covering it on YouTube. Oh, nice. Okay. Good job, Magnus. Yeah, so keep in mind, we are showing when Sidekick first appeared. We're showing soon after when Sidekick first appeared. They don't have all of the items yet. Oh, actually, we could give them other items, right? Like they could teleport. Well, the teleportation would be confusing for you, I think. And you don't get any other items that are that obvious. Wall sliding, I guess. Yeah, they should probably have wall sliding in the third room. The ability to wall slide after the first room. You may think that you hadn't. Yeah. It's assumed that you acquired it in between or like after the first room. Yeah. I think it'd be kind of funny if you did this. You got all the hand-me-down things, and then you like struggled your way through the dungeon, and you meet the first adventurer, and they're like, "This was a breeze. Like my armor made me invincible. My arrows killed everything in one hit. Like I could jump all the way to the ceiling." You're there sweating and ragged. My arrows did 1 damage. My jump boots didn't work. My feet hurt. All right, where did I leave off with this? They don't have all the items yet. It's also possible that the dungeon changed over time, becoming populated with enemies after Sidekick has been there for a while. It could also be that the architect is still developing the games. Player one's your older sibling. You were just given a controller that wasn't plugged in. Tisk tisk. All right. Sidekick needs to start in all of the rooms that you eventually see. They would be in the arrow room at first. You know, enemies. Okay. And then in room 2, he has the ability to wall slide. You never go to that particular room yourself anyway, so I think it should be fine. All right, now what about this? This is the final question that we have. And yeah, whether or not you have double jumping. I mean, you never get double jumping, so maybe we just get rid of that. Get rid of double jumping. You never obtain it yourself. All right, do they remember enough about how they got stuck to realize how you did what they couldn't? Yeah. Wait a second. This would mean that you're just kind of forced to get stuck in some of these games, right? Because you don't have the tools to make it through. Yeah, this does mean that Sidekick probably never stood a chance in the backtracking platformer. Well, no, it doesn't really. Sidekick may still have stood a chance in the backtracking platformer even without a bow because enemies weren't there for them, or at least not all of them. And yeah, this is the big question. Do they remember enough about how they got stuck to realize how you did what they couldn't? They just don't have a bow. So they don't have a bow. Does that have lore implications? Yes, I answered that. Is there dialogue you'll hear? Yeah. So these are the questions now. Leaving behind a ghostly apparition replay of each of your deaths? Of the getting leftover items thing? All right, let's think about this. Option 1, they remember. And option 2, they don't remember. If they remember, they would almost certainly comment on this. If they don't remember, there's nothing to comment on. I think that's all that this impacts. So if they do comment on it, they probably would say something like, I didn't understand what those boots did or something. Is it worthwhile to do this? I mean, one could be not understanding. Another could be like, I didn't realize I was supposed to climb the wall there. Or I guess similarly, I couldn't figure out what those boots did. Hmm. Too far to climb up with a ladder, so to keep digging for more stuff to get you out. Oh, like a yak shaving scenario, like this. You get a ladder, but you have to dig down to get it, and now you can't get out. So now you're running out of food. So you, I don't know, do something to get food. Maybe you plant some seeds, but the seeds grow into weapons, and then I don't know, he keeps going like that. Yeah. I don't think this matters a lot. And we don't have other dialogue with Sidekick. Maybe time doesn't pass in the inventory. Yeah, maybe we just paper over this for now. Do we ever write this here? I haven't figured out whether NPCs have memory of when they were agents. Or like full memory of when they were agents. Or when they were losing their agency. For example, Sidekick gets stuck in the backtracking platformer. Then you meet them and take them with you. They see you complete puzzles that they presumably couldn't. I don't think they should comment on this. They wouldn't remember what they had tried or what worked and what didn't. They would simply see you doing the correct thing. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think that's everything. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now this is going to take another like 2 days before I finally feel like you can just walk through this world and do all the things I want you to be able to do. Maybe even longer. Yeah. Let's save this somewhere. Why are these yellow? Oh, I don't care about that. Yeah, let's save these somewhere. This, just pretty much this. I'll save it here. And I'll just write in my stream of consciousness note that I saved it there. Saving what is going on. There we go. Saving this to temp. I'll just write out the whole path here, right? Yeah. In case I lose it. It's got all the world planning stuff. I didn't do anything else, right? It's literally just that file. Oh, and then the background. That doesn't matter. Yeah, that doesn't matter. That was for this one. Just to see what would it look like if we put the desert in the middle of this. Although now we're going to put the snowy section in the middle of it. Maybe we should just take a look at that really fast. I don't think it's going to be hard to do. We're just going to replace that background with something else. Snow tile set, parallax backgrounds, background. This one. All right. So now that should exist somewhere, right? Yeah. What am I doing? I don't want to do this. I'll just put this over here. Done. And then instead of the desert tiles, you'd have... I think this can work. I think this can work. And if it doesn't, whatever. It's a tiny thing that looks a little bit off, but it's not like drastically off. Again, the idea here was just like, is this so unrealistic that you'd go right from a dungeon into the outdoors? Not really, right? Yeah, not really. Okay. So what do we still need to do? So we did this. What are we doing? Biomes. Then you shoot up through the dungeon in the jungle area. Yeah, so the other conclusion was you shoot through the... Yep, that's it. I already have that here. Change the jungle to the snow area. And then, yeah, make sure we transition music tracks as you go to different worlds. The only exception may be when jumping to space. We may not want to play the desert music in between. Or maybe it's muffled from the roar of your I don't know if your boots or the debris shattering around you. So yeah, we do have a continuous world. And we still got to figure out the mini map. Although we could divide this into rough cells where, like, in order to make this a mini map, we'd have, I don't know how I'm going to render this. Yeah, to show this off right now, but we'd have like a piece here that looks like it's just connected upward. Actually, we don't even need to really show connections, do we? None of them are that hard to figure out. So we could just boil this down to squares. So like we could render this entire thing like so. This. Yeah, like this could be how we render this. So these 3x3 areas, kind of like this section here. Then there's the room on the end and a room on an end. Oh, yeah, there's one other one. Whoopsie. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. So that could be our mini map. And then we have room bounds for all of these because we don't need this to be too crazy. I guess the desert would be above the... Oh, this has to look like you can go through it, right? Like there's got to be something off the left side of here. Because we want to sell that you're able to go... Yeah, this should not look like this then. We want to get rid of like that. And then another note to self. Where's the first one here? Yeah, let's put this over here. This would be many screens tall. It's solid wall that you blast through using the boots. Yeah. All right. What was I writing over here? Oh, mini map. That's right. The mini map can just look like this. It doesn't like that. How did this get, it's off by 1. There we go. Yeah. Then we can keep track of, for like, which coordinates put you into which cell. Yeah, it can just be... Like we could even have regions over each room to show that. All right. Is there a cracked wall sprite? Help the player know that that part is different. No, I don't have one of those. I got to write that down somewhere. Make the cracked wall work. We need special graphics for this. Or do we? Maybe. What traps do we have? Is there something that makes it look like... you could blow that up? No. No. And then we have this stuff too. Barrel, traps, cannon. No. What is this? Wood spikes? Oh, I think it's supposed to like fling over and hit you. Hey, who cares? How's it going? Hope you had a good day yesterday. I think it's a derpy snail. What else we can do here? Maybe have to work. Biome decision. We keep them. Need to change the mechanics of wall jumping. Mimic. There's some other thing I needed here, right? Okay. All right. Yeah. Hey, world famous. Back to the grind. Yep. Back to the grind. We are fleshing out the world. And I think I've designed, I spent about 2 hours doing this. I designed what our dungeon layout is going to be. And I just put labels for where I want to put everything else. But like, you're going to start right here. You will not be able to jump. So you can literally only go downward. And no matter which direction you go, you can make it to the bottom. And you'll get the chest with the boots. The boots will let you climb back up. I didn't actually paint these platforms in the right way to allow you to do that. But anyway, you'll be able to get back up here. So now you're in the next room. And there are enemies blocking you. You would die if you were to go fight them. So you have to jump up to get the chest. Now you can shoot them with your arrows. So yeah, you're going to work your way through this dungeon. There aren't like very difficult puzzles or anything. There's some amount of backtracking required. The place is not so large that I think it'll be annoying. And yeah, you'll work your way through more and more of this and eventually get to the end of this particular section. I imagine this will all take about 5 minutes. So you'll play through the first time, it'll be like a minute. The next time it might be 5 minutes. And then you'll get to the space shooter and hopefully that's another like 5 minutes. Oh yeah, no worries, Mr. Who Cares. Also, yesterday was just a music day. I only streamed for the morning. All right, well, we should save this off one more time. Because I 100% do not want to lose this. So let's go find that. Get status. All right, there. So CP that over to temp. Dunzo. So now, are there any last touches we need to do here? Because once I start fleshing this out in the game, it's going to be harder and harder to change things. Oh, another thing we're going to need to test is, can you go through any walls you're not supposed to be able to go through? Make sure you can't go through any walls via teleporting. Yeah, so I think we just need to actually make the world now. Make the world that I planned out. I think the easiest way to do this would just be to go plop this in as the player room that we have. We don't need this, right? No, we don't need this. Not yet, at least. I do want to add that eventually. But for now, let's delete all that. Delete. All right, so just have world planning delete me. And this is going to be the room that both you and Sidekick end up in at first. So right now it's Sidekick room 1. And we have this trigger region here. Exit area. Yeah, we got to change this. Hey, McNeil, welcome back. Yeah. So we replace this. We change the exit area. It puts you in the desert section. So I just want to instantiate this in. Is there anything else I need to do here? I don't really think so. We'll call this room 4. I'll go instantiate in the world planning delete me. It just says no 2D right now. We got to change the Sidekick room 1. Make it unique. We got to give it a script that does what? Backtracking room. Has a background, a foreground. Is collision enabled? Is exit enabled? Oh, God. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, it's going to be harder to do than I want it to be, huh? Background, foreground, and the fill. Background, foreground, and the fill. And this should have a script. Backtracking room. Okay. Yeah, let's try it. Backtracking room. .cs. Okay, good. Now this is the foreground. We need a background layer. That goes up here. Background. Right? Anything else that I'm missing? The exit area. Yeah, so copy this. Paste this here. Now this might be a little bit tricky because we want different fills based on where you are in the world. We could just make a couple of these. I guess this is the easiest way to do this for right now. There, that way it's dark. These should both have nearest set. Oh, what else? The exit area. Let's go copy that and paste that over here. So we got to change the spawn point you're going to be at when you're a sidekick. I think you're going to spawn there. And I think I want you to be up here somewhere. So let's just put this here and see what happens. No, wait, this won't work yet. I need to delete this. And then I need to change player room to be something else. Yeah. We got to instantiate in world planning, delete me. Probably rename this to world planning, delete me. It'll eventually get deleted. All right, so this is player room 1. I can't rename this without renaming this first. Okay, has the right script. We need all the treasure chests in here. Something is messed up. Oh, I see what's messed up. Okay, so jump boots, we put these here. Arrows, we put these up here. Then we can start deleting some of these labels. Claw boots, we put up here. Teleport ring, we put up there. Bomb arrows, we put over here. All right, cool. Let's go try this. This is not going to work. I don't think I made the platforms the right jump height. There's a bunch of things that are wrong. Yeah, and we can see the player in there. That's another problem. I guess all of these should be turned off, huh? Probably even this room. Hang on one sec. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. So I need to hide player, but why didn't we need to do this originally? Maybe they... What did I do wrong? You couldn't see player here originally. I didn't change the visibility of them. Maybe they're... Oh, maybe this is the problem. Node not found. Arrow chest relative to backtracking platformer. What? I didn't even change this. Arrows chest. Player rooms, player room 1. Player room 1, player rooms. Yeah, I didn't change that. Hey, Goose. Happy Friday. I don't know what I did here. All right, let's try debugging this. How would it not find that treasure chest? Yeah, treasure chest null. Treasure chest we're trying to get through here. Should be get node. Get node on the backtracking platformer. Backtracking platformer is here. We have arrows chest. What did I mess up? Arrows chest, yeah. Weird, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, let's try to figure out what's going on. Get children. So we have 4 nodes and then 2 character bodies. 1, 2, 3, 4 nodes, 2 character bodies. So it is node number 2 is player rooms. So we do this dot get children. And now we just have one under there. That's the room. And this should have a name of player room or something like that. Name is player room 1. Yeah. Yeah, so we're here now. And then the children of this get children is apparently a bunch of stuff. But the ones toward the end here are probably the treasure chests. 35.name is jump boots chest. Yeah. So it's trying to find the arrow chest, which is 36. Oh, it's called Arrows Chest 2? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. If I had expanded this, I could have seen the 2, but because it was perfectly cut off, it didn't look like it was truncated at all. Okay, yeah, obviously I see the problem now. Oh god. All right, and we can't rename it because it already exists in the scene for some reason. That's strange. I don't know where it exists already. Yeah, that's strange. Backtracking, platformer, arrows chest. Huh, yeah, I can't rename it. Maybe because it's inside the room? No. Oh, the label is inside there. Oh my god. All right, we got to call this label. Oh man. That is a funny set of things that just happened there. Oops. High jump boots chest label. Yeah. All right, now we can rename it. Yep. And now we shouldn't have a problem and players shouldn't just be floating there in the air. Nice. Now, I don't think this is possible for you to get up here. Oh, no, you have double jump, so it is. But it shouldn't really be. So now when I get over to here, it should teleport me somewhere else, but it's going to mess up because I'm in the, yeah, I'm in the ceiling, basically. All right, well, this is going better than I expected. That we at least got this. Just with the boots. I want this to pop out at you. I'll set that up next time, I think. Oh, wait, you might land on the wrong side of this, though. Yeah, we need to put it over here so that there's no way for you to screw this up. I just set this to 90 degrees. And yeah, it's on the wall. And I guess as long as we're doing this, we can just delete the labels that are now pointless because I have the chest there. All right, so player starts here. I guess sidekick should as well. And I'd like to start them on the ground. There we go. No, wait, no, that's not sidekick's starting location. They're going to start somewhere else. This doesn't even work. What's going on? Is there a spawn area in here? No. So the spawn area must be set through this. Character, player. Where do we set your position? Init. Room sequence created. I don't see any positioning here, but maybe active character dot init does it. Nope. Maybe this does it. Ah, there it is. Move character 2. Yeah. So how does this pick a starting position? Room dot spawn position. What is that? Oh, it's just a... Oh my god. Okay, it's set over here. Yeah, so that's not what I want. I want this to be this number. Copy. And paste. And then for sidekick, I want it to be... probably here. So let's move you over to here. And put you right on the ground. And copy your position. Copy value. Paste value. Okay, so now that's where you should appear, is inside that little U-shaped platform. Yeah, perfect. All right, so you would have a chest here that was already opened. And when you, oh, I guess you try to make it either way. We'll stop you when you get to either one of these. Maybe like you get here. So there'll be 2 exit areas. Easy enough to do. We just go take this and we paste it and put it over here somewhere. I don't know. That's probably good. Oops. Oh my God. Yeah, that's good. And then same thing. Maybe this is there. It's just got to be somewhere that you can't possibly bypass. So you're trapped in this rectangle and you have to go into one of these blue rectangles now. I think that should work pretty well. So I think where I left off, need to make the room transitions happen more smoothly. It should move the room to meet the position of sidekick. Okay, I am going to take another break. I'm going to watch more of this Skeleseller video. We're going to watch the numbers go up in real time. Looks at 18 now. All right, is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello again. Close the game. Abby's in her cat bed. Has it gone up to 19? It's 21 now. YouTube videos work. Who would have thought? Yeah, I mean, if a video ends up getting like 100,000 views, I think that funnels quite a lot of players into a game. It was at 2,000 when I last checked, but I'm guessing it's up to 3,000 or something now. 3,000 or something. All right, so make room transitions happen more smoothly. It should move this. Okay, so let's go try this. I think it's going to drop us through the ceiling. And I don't want it to do that, obviously. So you try making it over here. And yeah, it drops us through the ceiling. So what I want it to do... How would I do this? I want it to be the position relative to the ground. Do I even want to do that? Maybe 1,000 players. Yeah, I think getting 1% is probably a lot. But yeah, honestly, even if it's whatever, 100 players, it's still better than nothing. Maybe 0.1%. Okay, how about this? Let's just overlay the other room on top of this and see what it would look like. So here's the new room. We want to move this upward. Well, no, hang on. Hold on. We should copy this entire thing and paste it into here. And that way we can't mess this up. There. Okay, so what I want to have happen is the floor of this is here so that when you fall, the only problem is there's a little uphill thing here. There isn't any blocking your path. Maybe we just shouldn't do that. Maybe we should lower the floor there. Then there wouldn't be an issue. Actually, hold on. Could we even just literally just do this? Just put this right here. I need this to line up perfectly, though. It already did. I think it already did, right? Those are at the same level, yeah. And then just turn this off. Then we need the snow area. Oh, whoops. What am I doing? I'm modifying a scene that I never actually saved. Oh, what is the position of this? Oh, that might change the spawn position as well. I don't know if the spawn position matters. I'm going to just copy this over here and we're going to see what happens. Yeah, every player does count. All right, so if we make it over to here, it should transition us. Oh, the problem is that there's nothing beneath this, so it has to scroll the camera up. That's our problem. And the same thing's going to happen here too, right? I don't know what I want to do for this. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do for this. It's too hard for me to visualize. We could just put more world below this, and that way the camera... Okay, it's easy enough to try. Let's just go try it. We're going to take this background and put desert background, and then just put a bunch of this here. And I guess some desert tiles too. Maybe it could look like there's something beneath this world. So it'd be like this. We probably have to... Oops, I put this in the wrong layer. We probably have to change this. There. All right, so that would change the camera. Is it going to look better, more convincing? I don't love this. Yeah, I don't love that. I also don't love how it put me all the way to the left side of that world. I guess I got to go over here. But here, there's enough interest going on beneath me. I guess. Hmm. Yeah, I like it better going off to the right. I think that works better. Yeah. Yeah, I think that works better. Okay, so I want to align the room wherever you are supposed to end up. Where is the spawn position here? Let's just make a marker in here. Marker. I want you to be on this platform pretty much. Like regardless of where you think you should be. Okay. So let's download this. Did something happen with codex resets? Be a shame if they did because I haven't used any of this right now. 6 hours ago. Banked reset. Nice. Did they say that there's been usage issues? 20 million active users. Second of all, is a cause for celebration. They haven't talked about people burning through their usage super fast. But still, a banked reset is pretty good. When does that expire? I don't even see it. It says no resets available. That's strange. Yeah, that's strange. Am I not supposed to get one? Huh. Read about an issue. Does this affect you? Also, I hate faceless. And here again, Remy. No, I don't think so. Only thing that might affect me is the just regular usage getting burned through much faster. All right, so what I want to do is take wherever you currently are in the world in the backtracking platformer when playing as sidekick and leaving the first room. I want the new room to be positioned such that the room's spawn position is set to where sidekick was in room 1. That way they fall a short distance onto the platform in room 2. Let's do that. Hey, Hepta. Happy Friday. Man, I was debating on today doing like a very, very short lunch break. Like I take 10 minutes because I got some sandwiches yesterday. I could just eat those sandwiches pretty quickly. Or maybe even just like eating at my desk and just doing like a solid block of streaming all day. I mean, short of the breaks I naturally need to take, use the bathroom, eat some food, that sort of thing. And actually, one of the questions I had, and maybe now's a good time to ask it, is like, what do people want to see out of my streams or out of my YouTube channel? Because I rarely ask this. I'm very much focused on just game dev. And occasionally it's sharing some knowledge that I think is important. But yeah, I figure I might as well ask people who are here, what do you want? Like, you're here right now, so presumably you like enough of the content that's happening. But do you want more of something? Do you want, yeah. They're getting rid of it. Isn't it going to be the second time? No. They got rid of a certain pizza first, right? Replaced with chicken strips. I haven't tried those yet. I'd watch you watch Bane try. This is 2.5 hours of sleep. Raimi speaking. Just like hanging out. Hey, Sinistel. Ideas how to get into Google. Why did you leave big tech? But like, do you want to see that? Or are you just suggesting that you think other people might want to see that? Because like, you're already in big tech. And the why I left, I already did make a video about that. Hey Phil, co-working feeling as a work from homer. I'm biased. I'd like more YouTube videos. I understand it's time consuming. Well, like what kind of YouTube videos though? Yeah, I guess I'm looking for some specifics here. Like what content do you want to see? Been enjoying the mixed bag of game design and implementation. Yeah, this is one of the things I think has changed is with AI, I'm doing way more, well, not even way more. I'm doing game design way more frequently. I think it's probably the same amount of game design, but now it's just compacted into these, like it's like every week. Hey Marco, one of your streams, I think development process in general, for me, it's very useful. Have you seen the development efficiency videos that I did? Because I could maybe talk more about that sort of thing. I should probably do some like practical AI video. Practical AI video. You did? Okay, yeah. Yeah. I have to, I'm not sure if you saw me ask this, but regarding your last message, would you actually, you specifically watch these videos? Because I'm not looking for like what are some things that could catch on. It's like what would you specifically watch? So like, are you interested in that particular video? Did I kick this off, by the way? I did. Yeah. Okay, let's go see if it worked. Change to here. People are interested. Wait, you're saying yes, I would, and then people are interested. So you would watch that video. So have you seen this video? The video in that link? Good opportunity to compare my workflow and adjust. Yeah. Gotcha. Because yeah, I do want to write about this stuff. All right, so if I go off to the left or the right, shouldn't really matter. Shouldn't make a difference. I should land on that platform no matter what. Yeah, I think I did, but I think it was moving while I did it. So it's a little bit hard to see. Let's try going this direction. Okay, this looks pretty good. I do think something a little bit weird is going on here. This marker is right here. Maybe I want to move it a little bit to the side by like 32 pixels or something. Plus 32. Do you need CI/CD or workflow set up for your projects like GitHub Actions? I guess it's not as relevant for game devs since you're not deploying anything. No, I don't think I have anything active right now. I think I have something for my notes set up so they can publish to notes@adamlars.com. I think. And I think we might have something for Jump Royale. But in general, no, I don't have a lot going on there. Hapta, I'm not sure if you heard my newest question, but have you seen that video? And is that the kind of content you're talking about? All right, so all we did is move this by 32 pixels. I think this should be fine, right? Yeah, this looks pretty good. Now, having the camera rest here is a little strange. Maybe you land on higher up platforms. I think that'd be better. Yeah, I think that'd be better. Okay, let's do that. Did I use some kind of AI framework? OpenSpec, superpowers, Matt's skills? I don't use anything special really. I pretty much just type in prompts like you see me do every once in a while, like the one I just did here, and like that's it. It just runs. I think part of it is if I had, like infinite AI usage, I'd probably try some of those things. I actually did just sign up for Open Code Go today or yesterday. And I tried using one of the models for a little bit. It was okay. I was just kind of curious, like, if I see usage dropping rapidly over here, what would I do about it? And I think it's just pay more money for codecs. I think that's my conclusion I came to. Hey, Josepher. Superpowers can be a blessing and a curse. Yeah, I haven't tried it. Hashes every binary. Yeah. Okay, so I think we just changed this map a bit. Now's actually a pretty good time to probably change the entire thing, because a lot of this is just like random looking tiles. Now this is strange. Why are these here? Is it because there's something beneath it? Oh, there is. What? Weird. Oh, maybe I didn't click everything. I might not have. Yeah, now it looks like it's fine. Okay, I like that. I think we drop you onto one of these platforms. Want to release to Epic Game Store? You don't need to use Unreal to release to the Epic Game Store, just to be clear. So if that's your only goal, then I think you could still just use any engine. With that said, it's not like using Unreal is a bad choice. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna plug in some of these. This I don't care too much about. It just needs to look like a place that has some jumps. It's not, doesn't have to be super interesting or anything. I think something must be set up wrong with these tiles. What's going on here? Where are the peering bits? Terrains. Is something wrong here? Oh yeah, like what's that doing? Isn't this backwards? Wait a second. Oh, I think it's backwards. No, we're connecting the non-walkable areas. But that's not how this one looks, is it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure, as long as I can get some platforms that look decent. And yeah, these look fine. And we could put some more space beneath them if we want, or something like that. Oh man, yeah, this does look weird. It's just the edges though. Hey, Q's. Welcome back, welcome back. Does this connect? It does. Yep, good. Cool, do one of those, do that, get rid of that. Put this over here, delete all the stuff around it. Flood fill this. Flood fill this and this and this and this. Yeah, that's much better. Oh, gotcha. I have to, okay, yeah. Hey, Camel Soup. Feel the exact same as you right there, yeah. Own scene creation area. I haven't used Unreal, but Unity does have a way of you looking at scenes right in the editor. Maybe you're talking about something else. Something on DeepSeek till recent price hike, it was pretty useful. Decided that if this is not enough, maybe I'm over reliant on AI. Yeah, I think I'd go up to the 5x plan, but I think going up to the 10x would be a tough sell for me. But I also don't know what I'll actually use OpenCode Go for. Like I said, I literally just signed up yesterday. I used $1 worth of credit. OpenCode Go usage. Where's the page with usage? Login. Usage, yeah. Is this page good to show? I think so. Yeah, so I just did two things yesterday. It cost $1 and you get $60 per month. I think. There's some other caveat to that. I don't remember what. But I signed up using someone's referral code, so it actually gave me $5 back. Well, $5 of credit. So if the second month would also cost me $5. But yeah, I got to figure out what I want to do there. I didn't opt into using the Chinese hosted models, which kind of limits me in what I could use. And the way I looked at this is OpenCode Go models. They have some page here. Yeah. So I was using Minimax M3 just because I was like, you know what? It's a step below Luna. Let's see how it performs. It gives you a decent amount of requests. But if I switch to, I can't use DeepSeek because it's on Chinese servers. I need to opt into that thing. But I'd get like 1/3 the usage out of this, so it'll just use $3 for 2 queries. It doesn't seem like it's great value or anything unless you're able to use some of these cheaper models. Yeah, yeah. Maybe if I gave it a plan from something else. It didn't do a terrible job. It didn't do a great job either. I gave it some pretty straightforward tasks. So yeah, I think my conclusion from that was like, well, rather than spend $10 a month on something that's only okay, just spend it on codecs. All right, so we were going to flesh out this map. Let's get the background of this. Now we don't need a clear color here. We just need the actual background. Like I could just get rid of some of this stuff. In fact, in their graphics, do they use a background? They do occasionally. Yeah, it's like here and there, there's a little bit. I'm not actually even sure what that's supposed to represent. I guess just a rock in the background. So we would probably just delete the whole thing, right? And then what's that at the top? Yeah, I think we're good. No, we're not totally good yet. I'll just delete everything. Let's just do that. That's going to basically freeze the engine, won't it? There we go. All right, so now we would just add it in little bits here and there, like, you know, something like that. And maybe it dips below here, and maybe there's a little connective part here. I don't know, but mostly this would be the parallax background. So I got to add that in. Hey, Zephyrus. Using Opus 5 for the past few weeks. Now officially think I don't need to code most stuff anymore. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I felt. I feel like there's very little code I need to write now, but there's a lot more game design, a lot more just kind of thinking through prioritization features. All right, so let's write down what I've got to do here. Make the world that I planned out. So this is done. I need the desert to snow transition to be good. The snow room should be big enough that you can't see dungeon around it. And there should probably be, I don't know what I want to do for that. So desert world, we need to add in parallax and add more platforms and change spawn position. All right, so there's no reason for you to go up in this world, but I want you to have something more interesting than seeing some like blank space below you. Yeah, I wonder if we should put like a lot of, if I should just draw some like random shapes here. And then try to connect them a little bit better afterward. I don't know if this is going to look convincing. Probably not. Yeah, the idea was just get some like not ultra blocky. Yeah, let's do some more vertical. Fill in some of these. Just make it look like there's some visual interest. Try to go for a tiny bit more of that. Good, great. There we go. Pretty good. I'm an artist. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. All right, let's get some more vertically done over here too. Yeah. There we go. Connect some of that because you'll probably fall down to this section and see this stuff. Yeah. Let's make this one branch off a little bit more horizontally. Okay. This would be beneath you and would just have some amount of visual interest there. Hey, Galaxy Inferno. And hey, ZBW Maru. Still coding yourself alone or vibe coding? It's mostly using AI at this point. Yeah. And hey, NE, you make a new game. This is still stuck in a broken tutorial. It's just a new sub game within that. So yeah, when you were here last, it was about a month and a half ago. Back then, I was probably working on like the Dungeon Racer or something. Yeah, this is a different sub game, but same main game. Oh, nice. Magnetic Mind. Did they ask about the game? Did you share a link? I experiment with procedural map generation. Saw on someone's stream something like a brush that helped generate continuous levels. I saw something where someone made like almost like a lo-fi or low-res mock-up. They just placed like a picture of a tree and then it made like a forest out of it or something. I haven't tried that, but I think they made their own procedural generation. I don't think that's something Godot just does out of the box. All right, so I wanted some more tiles here. And maybe you don't even... No, you know what could work is maybe you could fall from this and not even realize that you're not supposed to be able to work your way back up. I kind of want this to be a little bit larger if I'm going to do that, though. Like what I'm picturing is you actually spawn here and then you're expected to just kind of fall downward. Yeah, but then I need this to be higher up. I need to make sure you can't jump from here to here. Although it's not really a problem if you do. I just don't want you to get stuck. Well, it's not I don't want you to get stuck. I don't want you to get frustrated. You might get frustrated because you're being fought this entire time. So maybe put this like that. It'd be nice to have a marker here instead of just a spawn position, because it's impossible to tell where this is. So I think I want to change that too. Let me write this down. Change spawn points in the rooms to be marker 2Ds that I customize. That way I can actually see them. So they give it a shot, not on stream. Pretty crazy. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I've had mixed luck with this in the past. Like, I've had streamers say, I will stream your game and then not stream it. And that's actually happened several times now. And I really don't like that. And I don't forget who those people are. And but this is a pet peeve of mine everywhere in real life. If someone commits to something and then doesn't do it. All right, so we want to move this over here. Yeah. I want to spawn you on this thing. In fact, you know what we could do? We could spawn you inside a little U shape so you're kind of stuck there. I didn't think about that. Then we don't need to make this a huge platform. Yeah. Although I will say, so I talked to Wallygug like months ago, and he did make this video. He was not one of the people I was thinking of. He's got so many subscribers that I was just like, oh, well, he probably got a bunch of money offered or something. Share the list. No, I'm not going to do that. All right. Yeah, let's just put a little divot in here. What am I doing? Oh, you might have just jumped, so you jump out of this. But sure, let's put this down here. Good, and now we need the transform, copy, and paste. Okay, so could you jump between these rooms? We need to turn off autonomous movement. Where are you? Here. Yeah, so room 1, 2, and 3, we're just gonna set them all to 0 and launch this. Oh yeah, sure, Jessa. Yeah, share the list you won't share. I would love to see that. But I'll add it to the list of lists I won't read. Change to, whoops. Cannot say how many times I've done that so far. All right. So we're going to try this out. You make it over to here. Yeah, you're already in the new room and jumping. But yeah, can you make it over here? Yeah, no, you can't. You definitely can't from over here. But it was hard to tell. Maybe that would have been possible. I'm not sure. I don't think it is. And I've already mentioned this. It doesn't really matter whether it is or not. There's another weird thing that's happening, though, which is that if I move over to here and then just stop as soon as it transitions, I'm at the edge of this, not inside the little divot thing. Strange. All right. I'm not going to keep trying this. I'm going to assume that's impossible. But we can make certain that it's impossible by just moving the whole thing down a block. Just click this. That did not work. There we go. Now I want to put it there. And now we just delete those tiles. There. Okay. Now it should definitely be impossible. Yeah, sure, McNeil. And no worries. I mean, this isn't like a... Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. I hope you have fun, though, playing the demo. Okay. So, I'm pretty happy with this. I think we can put some more platforms over here. And if you can't make it, that's fine. Let's try this. Put this over here. Okay, so we're going to make just a couple of platforms like that and that. So you probably won't be able to make these jumps. You might think you can, but the game fights you and will just make you walk off the edge, basically. No, I need more gaps. That way you try making the jumps but can't. And I need to make sure you can't make it back up here, so you're not tempted to do this. And we got to put another platform over here. Maybe one up here. And yeah, that's probably pretty good. How many tiles are there between here and here? This is 138 pixels, and you can't make that jump. So how big is this? 100 and I can't read the number. 120 pixels. You probably can make that jump. Okay, let's just make it impossible. That up. That's probably good. Is that good? 138 was a magic number before. 138. Nice. All right. Let's go try that out. So I just keep moving left here. What happens? Yeah, I just fall off these. And I cannot jump back up. I could over here. Yeah, that I got to stop. Or just get rid of double jump. And then it's not a problem at all. Although, no, you get wall jump in this room, right? No, we should only give it to you in the third room where you've lost control. That is the most sensible thing to do. Wall jump. We're going to write this down. Yeah, in room 3, he has the ability to wall slide. It's assumed you acquired it after the second room. I don't want you to have this ability while you control the character, or else you may be very frustrated trying to explore. All right, so we got to stop you from making it to that jump. That is very simple. We simply do this. And now, good luck. Yeah. All right, then we need the parallax background and everything. I should probably check in what I've done so far. I mean, the third place to be the jungle. No, the snow place. So I want to do these. Change the desert into snow tiles. Add parallax there. Yeah, I feel like we're finally making visible progress. Up until now, it's just been documents getting longer. And all the text you see, we need to actually go develop at some point. So instead of just saying enemy, it's actually the enemy there. What happened right there? Did we fall? Oh, it pushed the camera down because there's no way to scroll up here. Okay, we got to fix that too. We got to change this. Add just a couple more tiles. Does that line up? Yes. Wait, no, it doesn't. What am I talking about? There. Now it should line up. I guess we could just draw a line of, yeah, that'll do it. So now the camera won't go downward when you're in this new scene. Yeah, cool. Perfect. Okay, so you could try to jump over here, and right now it's easy enough. But when the character is fighting you, it will not be easy. And then once you've fallen down, it should be impossible to make it back up, right? Yeah. I make these jumps look like they're possible, but they're not. And that way you don't get stuck on them for too long. Same thing over here. We should probably put some platforms down below as well to make it look like there's more world down there. And maybe the ground shouldn't be perfectly even. Yeah. Make sure there is a ground below the ground so that the camera doesn't look silly. All right, we're going to put some random platforms that are actually impossible to make it to down here. We don't need to spend a lot of time on this. I mean, I'm sure I look a little bit better than that, right? Maybe that's good. Yeah, decent. Yeah, it just needs to look like there's kind of something there. There we go. I don't even think you can see over here. Maybe you can. So we don't need to do too much there. Yeah, nice. Okay. Let's check this in. I've done quite a lot. World planning delete me. Is this now in the game? It is. Should be probably renamed. Backtracking room 1 doesn't need to exist anymore. Also, what happened with this? Is this the same problem as before? Like, if I had changed this... Yes, it is that problem. Yeah, something's messed up with the terrain tool. It's okay. It's easy enough to fix. Yeah, this whole room needs to be deleted, though. All right, so let's go make a new thing here. I'll check it in anyway. That way I don't lose what I've done. Because I've done quite a lot, and I don't want to lose any of it. Oh, and this we gotta put back to normal there. And I should probably test that out too. Oh, man. I feel like we're just moving so glacially here. I'm just not very good at world design. And it took me 2 hours to come up with a world, and now we're trying to make it a reality, and it's taking a long time. All right, so for those who never heard, I'm not directly controlling this character all the time. 1/6 of the time, it's doing something on its own. Now it is 1/3 of the time. So I want to see how hard is it to actually make it over. Yep, yeah, it's impossible. It just stopped me from moving to the left. Yeah. It's not impossible. You could get lucky. It could do the same inputs you were going to do, but it'd be very tough. And yeah, even just trying to make it to the left over here. We got to make some like obvious. Yeah, we got to make some obvious platforms that you want to get to. Or maybe a treasure chest or something. Where did that go? Backtracking room 2. Yeah. So these should look pretty appealing here. We'll put a platform there. And then up here. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, flesh out the world. Flesh out the world a bit. I did some planning, which is actually present in world planning delete me.tscn as labels. I still have a lot of work to do, but wanted to commit so that I don't lose any progress. I can't lose any progress. All right, now we have AI go fix up some stuff. So stuff number 1, make some improvements. World planning delete me should be saved as backtracking room 1. Backtracking. Yeah. I no longer need the contents of room1.tscn. And the name containing delete me was meant to be temporary. We should probably just leave it at that for now. And then sure, change. Well, yeah, let's just do that. All right, there's very little thinking this has to do. I can't imagine how I'd screw this up. Let's just set it to medium and have it run. Now, the next thing I want to do is, yeah, this. Change spawn points in the backtracking platformer rooms to be marker 2Ds so that I can actually see them. This one we will set to high, but I need to wait for the other one to finish first, because I did not spin it off in a work tree. Rename the scene. Temporary path no longer exists. Okay, is that good? Yeah, I think that's good. So this is deleted. And everything should look exactly the same as it did. Yeah, perfect. Great. It was just easier for it to do that than for me to do that. So when I go back in there, okay, that does not work. And that does not work. Oh my God. All right, that's pretty funny. What happened? Cannot open file. World planning delete me. All right, it did a very shoddy job then. Never mind. Also need to update references to the now deleted world planning delete me. I guess I'll set this to high. I wonder if medium is even at all worth doing. Maybe it's for purely mechanical things like, yes, rename this file and don't think about it. It should change just a few places. Where was this coming from anyway? Backtracking platformer? Error loading must be inside a project path. Okay. I find that Luna is somewhat slow, which I think is okay. It's also super cheap. Wait a second. This isn't my usage page. The usage page is somewhere else now? The URL changed? Huh. Where is it now? Wait, where is it now? Oh, man. They put it in some like pop-up thing. Oh, come on. Yeah, it looks like the desktop app now. They just changed this in the last like hour for me. I wanted a page I could go to that would just have this information on it all the time. And you can't do that anymore. Man. All right, did this work? We don't fall through the world, right? No, we still do. What did this do then? Wait, this still has a reference to the thing that shouldn't exist anymore. This should be to backtracking room 1.tscn. Man, what a shoddy job this did. The script and the title site got reversed. That I don't care about. Yeah, presumably just saving the scene would cause it to look fine. So is backtracking room 1 actually correct now? Can't find. Oh my god. All right, this was a mistake. This is a mistake. That's better. And that's better. Yeah, great. Oh, you know what? That's actually kind of interesting. You might naturally get to here and press jump and realize it doesn't work, and now you're stuck down here. Although I guess if you do try pressing jump, you don't have a jump button. Yeah. I got to make sure all of these actually allow you to get back up, because yeah, it's impossible right now. You're just literally stuck. There's no way. That's easy enough to fix. All right, so rename a file, rename a temporary file. And now the next thing I want to do is this change spawn points in the backtracking platform rooms to be marker 2Ds so that I can actually see them. Their positions shouldn't, oh yeah, just leave it at that. Okay, so this is what we're working on now. Add in parallax. Let's go find those assets. Downloads. Whoops. Assets. Desert. Parallax. Okay, so I got to look at the page to figure out how they did this. They use all of them at once. So there's mountain, 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 and then like 3 different sky ones here. It's actually pretty cool. Yeah, I think having like 6 parallax layers is neat. So mountains come first. Mountain, mountain, mountain. You could also just have them all together. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I am not meant to ever make visual decisions for things. Cloud, 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 and then you can have them all together here. And the sky. All right, well, it's easiest to just use background and mountain. And just have those 2 layers. You will only see this for roughly 30 seconds of the game. So yeah, I think we should just do whatever's easiest for right now. And that is easiest. And then we got to figure out the snow one too. No parallax like snow parallax. All right, so let's go make a new chat here and get mountains and sky background. Yeah. Okay, so attached are 2 parallax layers for the desert. For, I guess just for room 2. The mountain should go in front of the sky. They should scroll at different velocities. Yeah, I really, really like the artwork for this game. This always stood out to me, and I knew I wanted to do something with it. So I'm glad we are doing something with it. There was I forgot the name of this again. It's like Tiny something. It's not Tiny something. I don't remember what it's called. Well, I remember how to find it from the other day. It was this. Puny, not Tiny. Yeah, I like these characters too. I saw this and I'm just like, I got to do something with it. I don't have an idea yet, but we will eventually come up with one. But yeah, they're very cool looking characters. And they've got some animations too. So yeah, I think this would be neat. They're very gnomey. There's no place like Gnome. Smartest person in the room can use AI. I don't have to feel bad about it at work. He's probably the only one in the room. Soon there won't even be a person in the room. It'll just be AI. Oh yeah, they also showed this, which I thought was really cool. Like, hey, here's how you could use it on a hex grid, or they had isometric. Orthogonal I could already have imagined. But yeah, these other ones I thought were neat. It'd be cool to kind of have like a, I was thinking Conway's Game of Life, where there are just some rules that play out. And we could do something like that. Oh, wow, neat. Google has this on the page. Isn't that cool? I've never seen that. Huh. I'm glad Google still kept some of this stuff around. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, there's some rules that play out. It'd be kind of neat to just throw you into a world where there are these rules for these characters, but you don't know what the rules are, and you have to figure it out somehow. Actually, I should write that down. That is a very neat idea. CUNY. I did not write it down. Okay, so let's write it over here. Maybe, I think there's a game design section somewhere already. Yeah, here it is. Wanted to make a game with these puny / tiny assets. I was thinking something like Conway's Game of Life. It could actually just throw you into the game and say tutorial missing. Figure it out for yourself. You place units and they follow certain rules. And you need to figure out how to, I don't know, complete some objective. What happens when you search for recursion? It used to, yeah. So this still happens. I know about that. There's also Zerg Rush, I think was a thing you could do. Zergling Rush? No. Google Zerg Rush. I could have sworn there was a... Well, back in 2012 it existed. And what about Konami code? Because you just press like up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, start? No. I don't know. I thought there was something like that. Maybe not. All right, so change them to be visible marker 2Ds while preserving all existing coordinates and runtime behavior. Cool. So now I should actually be able to look at this and see what's going on, right? Spawn point. It moved it. It wasn't there. It said preserved all of this. That's not preserved. 64,275. I don't understand. Maybe that one was never needed, actually. But Sidekick Room 2 definitely was needed. And yep, it's in that divot. Although it's kind of higher up than I expected it to be. I want this to be lowered down, like there. As long as you can't end up in the terrain, I think you're fine. And then in the third one, I don't really care yet because we just haven't really set this. So right now it's there. Let's put it... Whoops, what am I doing? Let's put it up there. Yeah, no. Does the Minecraft search result page count? Oh, man, I didn't know this was a thing. Neat. Yeah, I've never seen this. This is kind of crazy. Wow, this is very cool. You get a pickaxe if you mine the top results. How do I get the pickaxe? Oh, there, I see. So now what, I dig through faster? What's this 52? Just how many blocks I've gotten rid of? Wow. I like that Google did this stuff and apparently are still doing it to some extent at least. Because, yeah, this is very neat. One on the top right, if you chop a tree down. I think I already got it. I don't know if you can get an upgrade for it, if that's what you're saying. But yeah. Okay. So, looks like this works. Let's go try it. It just walked me across. I don't want it to do that. I don't know why that's happening. I think I need to move that marker. Let's put it down there. I don't want you to be stuck in the ground, though. You can upgrade it? Wow. What if they just put the entire game there? You meet friends through Google search. The zombie eats you. What is going on? How are you? Okay, I don't understand how this is happening. If this marker is here and we change the collision immediately and we center the player here, then I just need to put the player here and find out what's going on with this. Yeah, they should be in the terrain. What if I put them like that? Like something's off. Maybe I'm jumping. Yeah, maybe I'm jumping. Let me just not jump. No, it's not. It didn't jump there. All right, well, whatever. Doesn't matter. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, that probably worked. Cool. All right, so we get the spawn point and we pull that from there. Yeah. Convert spawn points into marker 2D. They were just too difficult to see as exported vectors. Not see, to visualize. All right, next up is this. Nope. And let's search for parallax. Parallax 2D. You to add as parallax 2D. As parallax 2D layers in mountains should go in front of the sky. They should scroll at different velocities. Both parallax layers should appear below both tile map layers that we already have. All right. So I can't check usage through the website anymore, but I could do status, and it tells me I have 98% left. I guess let's write that down. All right, so this is done. Add in parallax. Add more platforms, we did. Change spawn position, we did. Then change to the snow world. Make sure the transition is good. Desert to snow. Oh, well, sidekick. As sidekick. And yeah, ideally, so we have to go make the snow room first. Make the snow room inside the dungeon. Add parallax. That way, when you're there as sidekick, you don't get spoiled. It's not really a spoiler. It should probably just be huge, though. It should be like a massive room. I kind of laid it out. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, this room. It should probably be even larger than this. We don't have a way to get down there right now. Oh, wait, no, we could. Yeah, we could. because I have enough cheats. But then we got to fix the, oh, I don't need to write something down. It's going to be super obvious when I test it. All right, I gotta get lunch pretty soon. I was debating on just not ending the stream and just going in, like getting some food, turning off my camera, eating my computer. Should I just go do that now? Yeah, probably. Like a true streamer. Yeah, I used to take like only 20 minutes for lunch and I would just leave the stream running. Hey, Litany. I'm late to the whole AI thing. I was curious, is there a particular thing that drove you to use Codex over other offerings? Yeah, I tried Claude originally, and just when SpaceX started hosting Claude in their data centers, I thought, I don't want Musk having more money for me. So I switched to Codex. So yeah, not a great reason for a lot of people. It's a piddly amount of money compared to like buying a Tesla, for example. All right, yeah, I'm going to take a break. I'll go grab some lunch. I'll come back. I will not probably have my camera on. We'll just chat for a bit or something as I eat. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello. I'm going to turn off my camera. Close the game. So, what is going on? Hello, computer. All right, so FYI, I'm eating lunch. I'm here. I'm not chatting 100% of the time because I will have food in my mouth. What do you want to talk about? Yeah, so hi chat. I have food. I got these pretzel bread sandwiches. What is this? Pretzel bread chicken Costco. Yeah, these things. Is there a better picture? Yeah. Pretzel sandwiches. And it was pretty good. I've never heard of pretzel bread before. But yeah, it tastes like a pretzel. Yeah, but watching that Wally Gug video, by the way, it's pretty good. And it is probably going to pull in a bunch of people playing Skeleseller, which is very cool. It's at 4,000 views. And the number of people playing Skeleseller now is at 23. I think it'll probably be going up. Never heard of a pretzel bun? I don't think so. Yeah. Mm. Stream for 3 hours and 25 minutes so far. Why is it not working? Aim for about 6 hours. Oh, gotta spend your points. Nice, Estella. I haven't refunded those in a while. So what's everyone doing on the weekend? What are your plans? I am gonna probably do some mix of like video games. I gotta work out. Probably gonna try to be productive somewhat. Oops, all the way around. That's hot. My goodness. Oh, what are you gonna do inside? You playing games? You watching something? You doing a hobby? Chores, cooking, YouTube, maybe play something with friends. That sounds good. What games are you playing? If you weren't a dev, what would you be? I was kind of thought I had like three career paths I saw for myself. And I picked the right one. There's computers. That's where I ended up. But I would have liked doing comedy, and I think I would have liked doing something with piano. Or maybe just music, not necessarily piano specifically. GeoGuessr or Among Us? Oh, wow. Are you good at GeoGuessr? I think I played like once. I was horrendous at it. I don't think anyone starts out being good at it. I think it takes a lot of practice. With comedy, I've always been interested in comedy writing. Okay, I never really wanted to be a performer. I took improv for about a year. And I liked it well enough, but I don't have the right personality for it, I think. And like any kind of acting, I'm just not good at. But comedy writing, I am a big fan of. Hey, Goose. Yeah, I am having a pretty good lunch. I got sushi yesterday. Man, Costco has like everything. Mm. Yeah, I watched one of the like world champions at GeoGuessr give some tips that are like, hey, in this part of Turkey, you see this kind of water tower, and it's only there in this region. And he draws out like a little stripe in the country. And I'm like, oh man, this is like super niche knowledge. But yeah, I guess if you're at the pro level of GeoGuessr, you need to know that sort of thing. Whereas most people are like, oh, if you see English on the signs, it might be the US. That's the level I'm at. You could probably show me something from like within a couple miles of me, and I probably still wouldn't recognize it. I've told this story before, but one time I've been living in a particular city for, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years. And there was this guy looking at his phone at GPS instructions. And I'm like, oh, hey, you need help? I can give you a hand. He's like, yeah, I'm looking for 6th Street. And I'm like, oh, do you know any landmarks? Like, is there a store or something nearby? And he's like, no, I'm just looking for 6th Street. We were on 6th Street, and I did not know that. And like I said, I'd lived there for years. I was very embarrassed when I realized that, because that guy probably was like, is that guy trying to scam me or something? Like, he didn't even know what street we're on. Man, bread is amazing. Yeah, sorry, I only know the first 5 streets. Something I'm looking forward to hearing about this year. BlizzCon's going to be in early September. I guess not really early. It's kind of mid-September. But it's less than a month away. I think they might announce some like WoW Classic news. I'd be interested in hearing about that. I've been watching this guy on YouTube. He played, his name is, I think, G-Bay. Yeah, this guy. He played RuneScape a lot, I guess. And then he started playing Classic WoW with no nostalgia attached whatsoever. And he's like gushing over it. He really appreciates it. It's been cool watching his journey. I think he's got the right mindset when it comes to trying it out. Like recognizing it is going to be somewhat dated in some ways, but that it caught on and it was a massive cultural phenomenon for many years. Yeah, it's neat to see his experience. How many times have I been to Europe? I've been to Iceland and France. I think that's it. No, wait, no, that's not true. I've also been to Spain and Portugal. So I went on 3 separate trips. The Iceland and France ones were on one trip, and then Spain separately. We did the Camino de Santiago, or at least half of it. And then we did Portugal separately. Oh no, I went to Spain twice, I think, because we had a wedding to go to. No, that was one trip. Yeah. No, I'm from the U.S. Yeah, I live in the U.S. I'm from the U.S. Yeah, I don't share my like heritage, I guess. Mm. But I think probably most people could recognize like an American accent, I'm guessing, if you're speaking English. I don't think it's esoteric knowledge. Whereas if you had someone speaking English with, let's say, like a Swedish accent versus a Lithuanian or something, and you told the average American, like, hey, guess where this person's from, I don't think they'd be able to do it. But they'd be able to spot, like, UK, probably different Asian countries, that sort of thing. But yeah, I've never actually thought about this too much. Like how many people would just immediately know, like, I am American. Been in the Netherlands as well? No, I haven't. I want to go to the Netherlands at some point. My wife pretty much wants to go to like way more places than I want to go to. And there's some countries that I bet they're probably good to visit, but I think when we visit, we're probably going to do all the touristy stuff, and I don't know if I'd appreciate that. Like, I haven't been to Italy, and Italy probably has a whole bunch of fantastic things, but they also have a lot of touristy places. And I've just heard that it's like super crowded now, and all the touristy spots, probably everywhere in the world, but like especially in Italy, I've heard this, and I don't want to deal with that. And the reasons why tourists are congregating there is for reasons I don't really typically care about too much. Like, I want to go somewhere to relax and eat food and spend time with my wife. And if I want to, like, yeah, I don't know. If I want to absorb culture, it doesn't have to be one of the like tourist magnets. What's your take on the witch hunt going on for games made using AI? I feel like people are crazy. I think my take is pretty nuanced, and it's going to be hard to share while I'm eating a sandwich. But I think the take on the AI witch hunt, people are emotional about this. Like, jobs are potentially at stake. Human creativity is changing. And there's some like resource usage arguments that are being made. And I think as a result, it is not the most rational thing. And I think there's another undercurrent of people want to be part of something. So sometimes there are movements and people get upset at someone or a company or a celebrity. And it's not like a well thought out thing. It's just like, oh, hey, now I'm part of something. It's kind of like why Flat Earth caught on for a lot of people. It's not necessarily that they believe in their quote unquote facts at first. It's like, oh, hey, there's a community here, and this community accepts me, and they're not calling me stupid. In fact, I know more than other people know. And I think there's part of that going on with AI. I think some of it is probably legitimate. I think some of it too is quality based. It's like you probably played games that are just there's bad or lazy and they make money anyway. And AI is opening the floodgates for that type of game. So yeah, I don't know how much it's going to change over the next year or so, but I hope that by the time I launch my game, it's not, people don't have their pitchforks ready for me. Rome was apparently impossible. Never been and don't feel like I want to. Yeah, Rome is one of the places I've heard of that is just like swamped with tourists. Was it busy when you went, Zoe? Hey, Ziga. And that's the other thing too. I've kind of been trying to convince my wife that like, look, we don't need to travel when it's the best possible weather somewhere else because it's usually too hot during those months. I'm like, as long as it's roughly what we're experiencing here or better, then I'm fine with it. I think the ideal temperature to travel in is like somewhere between 50 and 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Unless you're going to a beach, then it's like 70 to 90 probably. Been working on a game for the past 3 months using AI. It's still hard and still takes a lot of polish. It's not that easy. What bothers me when they see AI and label it soft. Oh yeah, definitely. No, I feel you completely. I got a review in Skeleseller on Steam saying something like this uses Slopbot AI. And I just thought, man, I wonder what even indicated to them in the game. Because where's the review? They said that it was something through the game and then it was too late for them to refund. And I do not believe that. I put so much effort into the game, and where is it? Yeah, here it is. They said it uses AI for some of the assets. That's not even true. It was literally one asset. And they say by the time I noticed, oh, maybe they meant by the time I noticed the AI disclosure. Oh, that might have been how I should interpret that. Yeah, okay, never mind. I misunderstood this. But anyway, yes. So a couple of people pushed back just because of AI. And this was not an extensive use of AI. Honestly, I probably didn't even need to disclose it according to Steam's rules here. but I did in the Steam discussions, and then that wasn't prominent enough, so I put this more prominently on the page. So yeah. All right, I'm gonna have another bite of my sandwich over here. Traveling for 2 hours to get somewhere and then maybe being let down, I think is very different from what I'd have to do to get there. Because I don't know what the exact flight times would be to Italy for me, but I'm guessing it's like 10 hours in the air, probably to get to London or something, and then like, what, 2 hours or something to Italy? Regardless, it'd be probably somewhere between like 10 to 17 hours of travel, where travel includes like getting to the airport and layovers and whatever else. So that's why I don't want to spend like, I mean, this is, it's like a day and a half of just like not being able to relax. People calling it slop and then buying the latest Call of Duty. Well, these are different segments of people sometimes. And even if it was literally the same person saying like, hey, AI slop, I'm not going to play that, but I'll spend $80 on a AAA game with 4 hours of playtime. It's like, hey, they might still find some way to justify that. Those flyers I'm sick of seeing. What flyers? Also, for anyone just dropping in, I am eating my lunch on stream. I rarely do this. I am also somewhat of a slow eater, and I'm also talking a lot. But yeah, I have to finish my sandwich, and that way I don't need to take a break from the stream and produce 2 different streams, and we'll continue working on the world. So just want to fill everyone in. How have I never heard of pretzel bread before? Is this actually a thing? It is a thing. I'd never seen this. Oh wait, are these the ones that they're they're just taking ones that they already have in the store and they're not even baking them? I don't know. Oh, I guess people are mentioning flyers because it used to be that someone would like hire a graphic designer, and now they're probably just having AI do it all. Honestly, for some things, I don't think I'd mind very much, because I already kind of saw this laziness happening in restaurants where they would just like take copyrighted pictures and use it on their menu or something. And I always thought, there's no way they got the rights for this. they just, and who's gonna care? Nobody cares. So I think it's kind of the same thing with the flyers. It's just a lazy way out. It works well enough. I switch off of Bing. I only use Bing for Bing rewards now. So I am still logging in every day and like clicking a couple of buttons and collecting some points. I do searches every once in a while. I think my like Windows machine might still have Bing as the main search engine, but I think Bing has gone super far downhill. I think search in general has gone pretty far downhill. Like I was searching for some Godot thing the other day. It's just easier to ask AI now. And it's going to go a step beyond what you would do with your searches anyway. Go click some links, go find out what's a consensus for something. And one of the things I was trying to search for, even literally yesterday, I was like, codex usage. Oh, wait, where? No, it wasn't that. Codex usage running out quickly. So you can find some posts here, and you can even sort by like the last week. But what I want to find is, has OpenAI commented on it? So I asked AI, and it was like, nope, they haven't commented. A bunch of people online are commenting. They have commented in the past. Here's a link to one they have done in the past. So it's just like, it's a much more complete experience And yeah, like I said, Bing is just not great to begin with. Wow, look at this. Really shooting up because of that video. We haven't had 27 players at the same time since, well, I guess since 3 weeks ago. But still, I expect this number to get even higher. Hey, like Serum, I care. I was getting the stink eye when I see those restaurants. Yeah, but like, by the time you find out you're at the restaurant, right? So like, do you ever not go back to a place because they used copyrighted images? Like, probably not. Probably not going back because their service was bad or their food was bad. What are the points for? They get converted into Amazon gift cards. So like over the course of, let's say, 12 years or something that I've been using Bing, I've probably gotten $500 or $600. So it's not like a crazy amount. You know, it's 40 or $50 a year. But hey, that's still like free stuff I've gotten in that time. And at first, it was just, oh, use a search engine that's not as good as Google. Now it's just use the search engine I don't even want to use because the searches aren't that helpful. Although Bing does have AI just like Google does too. Those are a little bit better. There's Coggy. Yeah, I should give Coggy more of a shot. I have a shortcut set up for it. If I type K in the browser and then search for something, it searches through Coggy. I just haven't really used it for much. So this, I don't know how true this is, but my usage has entirely been through the subscription. And I do this very frequently, like you see me doing today, where I just keep track of what is my usage at any given time. And I think mine's been going down faster too. Well, I've been trying to use Luna more and more. Is this up to date now? How do I see my, yeah, 98%. It still says I don't have a reset, which is a real crying shame. Yeah, I've seen a lot of these Reddit posts. I don't think auto review is really to blame, but it might be. I should probably go put the rest of the sandwich away because I'm eating it too slowly and I started this 22 minutes ago. I think it's a good enough amount of time for lunch. Yeah. I'll be right back. I'll just go put this back in the fridge. Sorry about that. That was a little bit longer than I thought. Let me get this back here and this back on. And we are back. How many times have I been to Asia? Well, if you count India, which I mean is part of the continent, but a lot of people in the US think of just East Asia as Asia. I've been to India twice. And I think that's it. Yeah. Does it make you feel stressed seeing that huge to-do list? Sometimes, yeah. The way I see it is, this is all stuff that needs to be done. And if I don't track it, it still needs to be done. So I might as well track it. All right, let's go take a look at how this thing works. So we should have parallax now in the desert area. Whoa. All right, it's very bad. It's very, very bad. It's up there, but like the background is somehow peering through. Yeah. Maybe I need to double the size of it or something. Not entirely sure. Yeah, just India twice. That's it. I don't think I've been anywhere else. Unless you count layovers, but I don't really count it. So like I've been to Singapore airport, I think. Yeah, so something I like really, really, really do not like being on planes, and not for fear or anything. I just everything that is exciting to me on land is now like super boring and dull in the air. I'm just like, I want this to be over with. It's a waste of time. So I like strongly dislike air travel. And I mean, you could probably, I don't know, anyway, yeah. So it has steered me toward not wanting to make those kinds of trips. And I feel bad. Like, my wife wants to make more of those trips. But yeah. I think part of it is like if I could just sleep on an airplane, even if it was like 80% the quality of my normal sleep, but it's like a waking nightmare for me. It's practically impossible for me to sleep. I'm uncomfortable. Do not like it. Don't fit in airline seats. Everything's miserable. Yeah. Trains has issues, but if you have time for it, it's something I want to do. Yeah. Yeah, maybe a train would be better. There's not a lot of train travel in the US. I mean, even if there were, the US is pretty large. So it's like I'd probably rather fly there. I don't mind flights that are like 2 hours. That's okay. If it's roughly the length of a movie, that's fine. I can be on a plane for 2 hours. All right, so we want to go over to this and change how this entire thing works. Sky parallax and mountains parallax. If I just increase the size of this to like 2, it won't cover everything, but it looks a little bit better. And then we drag both of these down a bit. Parallax. All right, now I want to move this down a bit. So, I mean, it still doesn't cover everything. We could make it 3x. At some point, it's going to start looking bad. I think that's fine. But now the question is, how exactly does it scroll? How do you test this stuff anyway? Well, let's go back into the game. Hey, Lapsus. It's been the hardest part of building this game so far. Hey, Initial. I think this is very interesting game design, and it causes a lot of challenges. I think that was kind of the hardest part of Skeleseller as well. Like the biggest challenge of both games was the game design. At least that's what I think. There were some other things that were like personal challenges. Like the biggest personal challenge was working through launching Skeleseller. But it's not that anything was technically difficult. Like reaching out to people is just sending an email, right? And fixing a bug is just it's a couple hours of work sometimes. But it's just so much of that over and over and over. So yeah, I think game design is pretty tough, and it's always tough. Like, am I making the right decision? What's the best incarnation of this feature? But I like how the game is shaping up. All right, so we spawn down here. That is not supposed to happen. Why is that happening? Because that's where the spawn point is. Great. All right, I'm just gonna have it fix this thing here in backtracking room 1. Instead of ever consulting the spawn point, use the... Or we could have like spawn point and sidekick spawn point. But I think I'd rather just position sidekick and player. No, you know what? Maybe I do want to do that. And backtracking room 1, use spawn point only for player's position. Add a sidekick spawn point and use that for sidekick's starting position. I think the worst is how do I make this game fun? Yeah, it's very tough. And sometimes you're making a game where it started with, hey, I'm going to take a popular game, Dark Souls, and I'm going to make it slightly different. And it's like, okay, well, how do I make that fun has already pretty much been answered for you. So now it's how do I make it different? And any new systems, maybe how do you make them fun or intuitive? But yeah, there's quite a lot to game design. And it's also like, how do I teach players without them realizing they're being taught and then wanting to break out of this? And that's especially interesting in a game called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial, because the kinds of tutorials I was thinking about originally when making this game are not modern friendly tutorials. Modern friendly tutorials don't feel like tutorials. It's the obnoxious ones like on mobile where it says, hey, spend your premium currency on this. And they like practically drag your hand over to the button so you have to click it. Like those are the annoying ones. And I think we can poke fun at some of that, but you wouldn't want that to be every tutorial that you have in this game. Yeah, those mimics, that's how they get you. Always with the teeth and the biting. Just gotta toss him a boy hooga. Left just that has fully replaced the word burger for me almost entirely. I'm not sure if my wife remembers where it came from. I was thinking about him. Yeah, do it. Get it. Do it. Buy him. Eat him. I can maybe work my way. Yeah, nice. It's working now. Okay, good. So I want to try this. I want to go into this room and we enter the desert. So this looks pretty good, but I think you can get to a spot where, oh, okay. That even surprised me. So it's definitely going to surprise players. Can you ever see outside of the bounds of this thing? It doesn't look like it, but I guess the highest up you can get would be over here. No, 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 don't fight me. Ah, God. All right, let's go fix that. It's not actually a bug. It's just annoying. Where is it? Oops. Oh, it is in here. Hmm. Okay, there we go. Can't remember why I started calling them that. Just because it was fun. Okay, we transition over to here. Go up. All right, so it does not look like it's possible to see above these clouds. Yeah. I want to take a picture of the uppermost part of this world, and I want to see if we can identify where in the graphic this is. Like, how much more space do we have available to us? Oh, plenty, right? Can I find this exact shape over here? Shouldn't be this hard for me. Why can't I see it? Oh, maybe because this exact shape doesn't exist because they're moving as different layers? No, 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 they're all one layer. Okay, can someone help me here? Is it that? Oh, God. I'm never going to find this. And there's no way for chat to point it out to me. It's right there, left. Ah, wait, no. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not, this is not a bit. The pillar on the right. Oh, yeah, now I see it. Oh, I was looking for this color in the white area. That's why I couldn't find it. All right, so we have plenty of space above now. Yeah, so I think this should be fine. Yeah, that's the highest up we can see. So could we do it at a zoom level of 2? Would that still be fine? And then we just, let's just get back to that scene. Yeah. By the way, yeah, thank you both. Gift, Phaedric. Gift, Olafchis. All right, let's get over there. So this is messed up. You can see below the world. Oh, do we have 2 of these open? We do have 2 of these open. Windowed. All right. What is going on right now? Why does this thing move so weirdly? There we go. Okay, so we lower the whole thing. It doesn't take effect in real time? Oh, because I launched it through Rider. We'll get there. We will get there. Oh, pushed me out of this. That's kind of interesting. Okay, so now when I move this, we should see it take effect in real time. Yep. So this is as low as you can go. So now what about if you go as high up as you can? I can't get up there again. I gotta start there. No, this won't work. You can see a bunch of gray on the top. There is another way we could do this because you can span the whole screen here, right? No, you can't. That's the problem. It's got to be 3x. Right? Yeah, it's got to be 3x. No, that's not true. This would work. In fact, what's the problem here? Oh, the problem is the scroll offset. Aha. So that's a question. Do we have this level of zoom in the background and then just change the scroll scale? Or do we zoom it even more and then not change the scroll scale? And I don't have an answer for that. So what do we set this to? 0.05. Now the sky is going to scroll differently from the mountains. Actually, the mountains can scroll differently from the sky. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. Yeah. So how did I do this? I just changed this to 0.05, but at 0.1, it didn't look good. Because the sky moves too quickly? But only when you're up there? Oh, you know what we could do? Instead of me restarting this every time, I could just add another platform in. I didn't think of that. And let's put it in a different tile set so that it's obvious it shouldn't be there. If I put it there, for example. Yeah, nice. Now we can move over to that and make it up to here, which we shouldn't have been able to do. No, there's no problem here either. It's not going off the screen. Strange. I don't know how I came to the conclusion that something was broken here. Yeah. Says it can be given by moderators. Can they? I don't remember. I don't want anyone to test that. I might need to change that page. Yeah, I don't see any problems with this. I think this parallax is looking pretty good. Are we using the correct sizing, or did I accidentally Command Z and that's what's making it look fine this whole time? Parallax is 2 and 2. Yeah, nice. All right. Wow. Well, then let's go delete this. So we have parallax in, let's check it in. Oh, and I fixed the spawn points too. Shouldn't have done both of these at once. Backtracking room 2, backtracking room sequence. We don't need any of that. We do need all of this. Add desert parallax. Okay, then the rest of this is allow, or like set sidekicks spawn position correctly. Yeah, and then this should not be checked in. Just uncheck that. Easy. Easy. When's the sidekick DLC? You're looking at it. Change desert into snow tiles? I meant change jungle into snow tiles. If only there was some way to reward. I don't know if it's true. It might not be true. But we'll never find out. Because Leptius is loyal. Leptius would never just give out random points to people. Certainly not himself. Oh yeah, I got the hoodie. Yeah, I forgot to show that off in the afternoon. What can I do with the points? Why should I continue being helpful? You can't do anything. You can only brag about how much better than Leptius you are. Where are the links? I actually removed all the merch except for this hoodie, and you just had to search Amazon for it. Stuck in a broken tutorial hoodie. I'll share it, but I'm not certain. I'm not like sold on it yet. I want to look at it for a little bit longer. Whoa, this is like the longest link I've ever seen. Make it so hard. I know. I don't want your money. I think I messed up the link. Yeah, I messed up the link. Hang on, that doesn't work. Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's the real link, the third one. All right, I'm losing my mind over here. Yeah. Hadn't even noticed. Yeah, it's because of the mic positioning. And thank you, Patrick. Thanks for the bits. There's no way to position this entirely. It's got to block something, either my face. Maybe I should just block my face. Maybe put this here, and then you can just see the hoodie. This is how I'm going to talk from now on. It's like I'm the neighbor in Home Improvement. No one needs to see me. Any chance to go back to Google and bring back goo.gl links? No. No chance of going back to Google. That improved the voice quality a lot. I should probably just angle this upward. I'm just busy not being a proper streamer here. Or even just angle this upward. There. That should hopefully be better. All right. So turning jungle into snow. I feel like a magician. I think we can just swap out the graphics. And probably not do pretty much anything else. Background and tiles. Yeah, so just to be clear here, we're not going to have the jungle tiles at all anymore, right? Yeah, I don't think so. Let's go over to the snow tiles, these, yeah. And they look like this. Yeah, pretty nice. I like them. All right, let's go plug them in. So in this, we have jungle tiles. Where are the assets? In Selva. replace them with the attached images, and rename the folder from Selva tile set to Snow tile set. Rename any jungle references. Do we have any jungle references? No. Wait, really? Nowhere? RGI jungle. Backtracking. Yeah, we apparently do. I just call it snow. And where is that? Backtracking tiles, yeah. We have no outstanding changes. We have just this. That's fine. Have you tried the CLI? No, I haven't. How many hoodies before you buy a shotgun mic? That'd be a lot of hoodies. I think I don't remember what my like profit is set to, but I think it's like 3 cents or 15 cents or something. So yeah, it'd be quite a lot. And I never zip up my hoodies except in absolute life or death situations. Do you ever wear pullover hoodies? Because the pullover hoodies, I don't even know if I made one of those, but the logo could be bigger on that one at least. 15 cents on a $30 hoodie. Yeah, if I had made it any higher, it would have been more expensive. And I wanted to just keep them as cheap as possible. Because it's not like I'm trying to push the merch all the time. It's really just for people who are like, oh yeah, I want to support that game, or I like that game, or something like that. As opposed to, oh, I want to give that person money. I'm prompting it to. Fable ended up doing UDS calls. I don't know what those are. And started interacting with the Opus. I have to do testing on the code. Wow. Was your dad happy or upset? Make the zipper at the bottom. That's full of good ideas today. All right, make sure there's ground below the ground so the camera doesn't look silly. We got to actually change backtracking room 3. Oh, nice. Look at that. Wow. Very cool. So we need to mock up this room. Yeah, we need to mock up this room. Hey, Coit. Greetings from Estonia. Greetings from the US. Welcome in. Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, is he going to use it again? Guess that's a real test. All right. So this room, when you're going through it, should have just Sidekick, and you should be forced to talk to Sidekick. If you don't talk to Sidekick, I don't know what would happen in this game. Yeah. We have to force you to talk to Sidekick. Maybe just entering the room is what does it. Yeah, that's probably how it works. Yeah, it just triggers a cutscene. You walk over to the Sidekick. I like that idea. Oh, let's write that down. When you enter the snowy room, it should probably show should probably enter a cutscene. We could, what's it called? Letterbox the game. Have player walk to Sidekick, then have them start talking. Are you retiring? I think at this point he's just playing around with the tech. Yeah. Hey, weren't you two working on a project together? How did that go? They're oversized enough to give me room to breathe and exist. Okay, so triple XL. I don't think I've got them on Amazon yet, but I probably should put some of them on. I wanted to look at this again, like take some pictures, look at it in the stream, see if this looks good. Because in order to get, I can't see this and it doesn't matter anyway, but I'll just load it up through the game. I can point at it there. In order to get these pixels of her hair, I needed to position it at just the edge of the safe area. And then it makes the logo look a little bit off center, so that I needed to shrink the logo so that it didn't need to be at the end of the safe area. And on a pullover hoodie, you've got more space for that. All right, so this is done. So now we have this in room 3. This is good. I like this. We should probably run the game and just make sure it works. There's no quick way over there, so we just have to run. There we go. Yeah, I don't see a problem. Nice, nice, nice. All right, so replace jungle tiles with snow tiles. Why did I decide to do this? I don't remember what my reasoning was anymore. It was like 2 hours ago. I think it made more sense to connect from the dungeon than a jungle would. I don't know what had caused me to come up with this. Do I have it written down here? Snow. I did not. Yeah. I don't fully remember. Hey, Mamba. Long time no see. How you doing? Had to slow down because he's traveling out to Belgium. Well, retirement's not too far off, right? Still doesn't know what he's doing. Amateur. This guy's an idiot. This guy is kind of an idiot right now, though, because he really doesn't remember. I think my rationale was that it makes more sense to connect a snowy region to the dungeon than a jungle region. Also, the music I composed. Well, not also. I guess it works for both. All right, well, whatever. There. Great. Now let's go flesh out that map a little bit. So when you are in this yourself, it's going to be a pretty large room over here. And it's going to have exits on the left and right. But the exits are going to go to the dungeon area. You're going to have to be stuck here. Maybe we probably need to limit sidekicks' movement so that they never go off to the side too far. Their middle kick. All right, so when you lose control of your character, we need to make sure sidekick doesn't go too far to either side, or we would reveal the dungeon. Doing well. Back across the ocean in October to New York, but still far from yourself. Happy to see your games going out to Steam. Oh, nice. Yeah. How long are you going to be in New York for? And I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Yeah, Skeleseller has more people playing it today because a very large YouTuber just covered it. So I think this number is still going to go up even further today. But yeah, this video is up to 6,000 views in 3 hours. That's pretty good. It's Wally Gug. Here's the video. Toss him a like. Oh yeah, the parallax. I forgot to do that. Wait, let's go get that. I'm already very happy with how today has gone. Anything I get done after this is just bonus and would be great. So we are going to go with a combination of these just like last time. This is background. Whoops, what am I doing? Don't want this here. Want this here. Background and mountain. Where's the combined one here? Oh, these don't really look like mountains anymore. I guess they kind of do. Actually, I could do the same thing for this, right? All right, so make the same changes for the room 3 with the attached parallax backgrounds. Mountain and background. Okay, cool. So I don't need this anymore. Four days. Wow. Well, at least it's a direct flight, right? I'll check out the video. Oh, you don't have to. Sorry, I was just sharing that for Galaxy Inferno or anyone who wants to watch. It's just Wally Goat playing through Skeleseller. I haven't finished watching it myself. I've only been watching it on my breaks so far because I only discovered it on one of my breaks. Oh, and then the ground below the ground thing. Oh, if we're gonna have this be in the actual dungeon, I think the structure needs to change and have to be in that room when you go in as well. Or maybe the room doesn't exactly match where Sidekick was left. Or maybe they get stuck in some, like, I don't know. Yeah. I gotta answer this. The thumbnail screwed off. It might have been that. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go take another break because an ad's about to start. Do you want to watch? The team's ducks in order for next Q and next year. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah. It's a pretty short time. Hopefully jet lag doesn't hit you too hard. All right. I will be back in just a bit. Is it jump time? Time. I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it heard me. Okay, fine. Is it jump time? Okay, I need some kind of just regular command that'll trigger this. What is it hearing? Oh, I don't think it... I think it just broke. It's not transcribing anything. Huh. Well, that's not good. That means it's probably going to just start in the middle of... It's jump time. Yeah, that was unintentional. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. Hello again. Hey, Progsy. Thanks for the raid. And hey, Sane and Wix. How'd the stream go, Progsy? How is it going? I've always been thinking about Donut Minecraft. Close the game. We have been working on some world design. Had to stop because I was falling asleep. Oh, I totally understand if you have to get going. I'm sorry to hear you're that tired, though. I know what it's like to stream when you're tired or you're frustrated or you're thinking about something else. Hopefully you're not a worse mood or anything as a result of that, because sometimes I find it dejecting to not be as productive as I could be. I already think that's starting to happen now on this stream. I think part of it too is like in my mind, I have an idea of what tasks I want to get done for the day. And like this morning, I got done with what I thought would have been way harder than it ended up being. And now I'm like, well, I'm happy. That was what I needed for my day. Serialized chunks and doing some generation. Serialized for the sake of networking or for the sake of save files? Or I guess both. So yeah, we're working on the world here. You can see there's a lot of text here, chest with arrows. Like I haven't put stuff in the right spot yet. So these are just guidelines that I will have to put in at some point. But yeah, we're going to go check out the snow world and see if the parallax is working correctly there. Oh, it won't be visible because I botched everything. Okay, hold on. Both. Okay, yeah, awesome. Yeah, so there it is. This has to be... I guess we got to put some extra tiles down below. Because I probably need to do this in the world too. Hey, Happy. All right, well, let's clean up the tiles. It should be pretty simple to do. Let's start with the background, actually. Done. Oh, wait, no, that's not everything. Well, that is definitely not everything. Okay, fine, let's do it this way. I don't know where we left off, but I'll just cover more than enough. Okay, great. Now for this part. I know how to draw a rectangle. I just don't always do it perfectly. There we go. Get this. There is a ceiling here. I don't think there needs to be a ceiling. I don't know why we put that there. Wait, what? Is that in the background? It is in the background. What am I doing? Yeah, what am I doing? I guess we want this to be here. Oh my God, I have no clue. No clue what I'm doing. This is not supposed to be hard. Oh, man. How are things going? Are the biomes background layers of each other? Saw some weird transitions there. So I'll explain what's going on here. This is the part of the game where Sidekick is pretty much losing his mind. So you start here, and if I don't hold the controller at all, the character will move once every so often. Not very frequently. Apparently it's not going to show anything here. Oh, come on. Oh, no, I cut this out. That's why. Okay, well, anyway, the character is supposed to just like randomly move a little bit on their own. And then as you're walking, you'll just kind of randomly transition to another area here. You're in a different biome now. And then you lose even more control of your character. So now like a third of the time you are not able to move the way you want to. So you kind of have to fight the character moving to the right as you're trying to move to the left. And then when you get here, you have now fully lost control. The character is moving and jumping on their own. And the screen will just slowly blur out. So this is to indicate that Sidekick has become an NPC, pretty much. Like, they're not in control of their own actions anymore. They just sort of cease to operate the way they used to. And it might not be clear to the player at the time, but we will make it a little bit clearer afterward. All right, so I just want to cut out the entirety of this. I think I accidentally clicked. Yeah. I want to wipe out all of this. There we go. Okay, so now nothing exists there. Now we just need to change these. This room just has, whoops, just has a bunch of random platforms in it. We need to make them slightly less arbitrary at some point. But for now, let's keep them like this. All right. So this will let me test out whether... Oh, no, that's not right, is it? No, that was not right. Yeah, this will let me test out whether we can see the parallax effect correctly. Maybe we should drop you into that room. Sidekick room 2. Yeah, let's go make another sidekick room in here. Or no, just invert them. What am I doing? Room sequence. Here we go. We're just going to swap 3 and 2. To do swap this back. Sounds cool. Seba cool. Yeah. I like the general ideas of the story, and this is the first time you'll see them play out as a in real life player. Your name of your character is actually also player. But yeah, your character doesn't know, and you also don't know at this point. So this is going to be your first experience here. Oh, this looks really good. Yeah, this looks really good. Nice. Oh, and I already composed the music for this yesterday. This is what's going to play in this room. Now change snow to space. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is feeling really good. Really, really good. All right, awesome. So the parallax is working just fine here. Now we just need the room shape to be correct. And it shouldn't be gigantic, but we need for random movement to not trap you somewhere. Okay, I'm going to start this again. We need to figure out the extent of the camera by just measuring with some blocks here. So let's go back to there. There's no way to leave this. So here's one room boundary. If we go up to here, so if you're on this block, you can see the wall on the left. If you're not on the block, you cannot see the wall. So this is actually already set up perfectly. So whatever this distance is the maximum distance we can get to. That way you don't know that there's a wall there. So what is that distance? How do you keep this straight? I don't know if you can even do that. All right, well, whatever. We'll try to get it straight enough. 319 pixels. Yeah, so 20 tiles. So same thing over here. We want this to be 20 tiles away from the edge. 319 would put you right there. So it's just to the left of this block. So let's go put something there. Tile maps, no tiles right there. And then let's go try it out. Because that's a nice thing about doing this with Godot open, is we can just go run over there and see, did it work? Okay, so that's good. Now let's slow it down a little bit. If I'm on this, yes, I can see the edge. So I did that perfectly. Great. So those are the extents that I want you to be able to get to. The way we could stop you from getting past it is to, well, there are a couple of ways we could do this. So problem, I don't want the walls of this room to be visible. You should think that you're in a very, very large area. So option 1 is change the autonomous control so that we avoid going that far over. And that's probably the way we should do this. Option 2 is add an impassable barrier such that it's just literally impossible to go too far. I don't think there's an option 3. I guess option 3 is make the room so big that even moving left as far as possible wouldn't put you at the end within whatever the 20 seconds it takes to transition out of that. I don't like that option. Make the room tile. Yeah, make the room infinite. That's kind of the same as this, though. Option 3B, make the room repeat. I think I want to change this one. So when you lose control of the character, he's just kind of jumping back and forth. Oh, alternatively, I guess like option 4 would be like trap sidekick within a U shape. It's kind of like this option, I guess, 2B. No lunch break? Those are for suckers anyway. I did take a lunch break while I was streaming, so I just turned off my camera and ate my sandwiches. But hey, Xyletics, they are for suckers. I'll eat lollipops for lunch. I think we go with option 1. Yeah, I think we go with option 1. I think we also need to shrink this room down by quite a lot. Too many calls. Want to watch this man chomp on sandwiches. You should make AI Xyletics. A-Zy. So I guess the last question I have is how long does it take to go through the entire room right now? All right, I'm sorry, but this is going to be very boring. Let me go get a stopwatch. All right, we're at 4 seconds. I could just figure out how many pixels per second you move. In fact, I already know that. So I don't have to do any of this. But I am kind of curious what it feels like. Like how boring is it to do this? And it's pretty boring. But it takes 22 seconds. And I think taking maybe 10 seconds is much more reasonable. So we would cut this room in half. So how big is it right now? It is roughly 1840. So we want to stop it at about 920-ish. Yeah, so like pretty much where that platform is. All right, let's go do it. So click this stuff and this. Whoops. Somehow I messed that up. Wait, what's going on? Oh, I need to click this. Something's wrong here. Yeah, something's wrong. What is happening? I should be able to select. Maybe I have to do tiles like that. Ah, there we go. Yeah, that works. So I want to take, I guess, everything over here and put it. Where's the 920 mark? This is -46. That doesn't tell me. It's -750. So I want to go to like 200. 200 is like right there. So we want to do this. All right, how about this? Let's just put this in the air for right now. I want to measure that and make sure I did that correctly. Yeah, it's close enough. The problem is these markers are really important, but I guess we know it's 20 tiles. Yeah, in fact, what am I doing? What I'm like drastically complicating this. We can just click this, and at the 200 pixel mark, we just draw a line going up, right? Yeah, look, perfect line, straight. Wonderful. All right, does that connect? Yes, it does. First shot. Now, how is this possible? Did I draw those on the background layer? How is this possible? That's strange. Is this one piece? I don't understand what's causing this shape to happen. Apparently it exists over here and I just don't see it. It's almost that one. It's probably one of these. Yeah, I don't see it. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Not that one piece. Gonna transition in 10 seconds. You don't need to change a room, right? Just spawn in the center and they can't reach the end by the time it fades out. I forgot how long it takes, but I think it's 20 seconds. And I want it to take that long. So I think we're going to change it this way. So this room needs to be not so long that you're bothered as a player. So let's delete all this stuff now. And then we need to go 20 tiles from the edge. Right there. What am I doing? Still on ruler mode, that's why. And then 20 tiles from this edge. I guess there's really not too much space for you to mess around in here. Maybe we should just script exactly where the player moves so that they jump and stuff. 320 right there. So this is the only area you'd be able to move around in. So yeah, we probably should put some platforms here. And maybe they spawn up here. Yeah, I would also need to make this drop down. How many tiles is that? So from top to bottom is 240. Top to bottom is 240. I need one more tile. And then we'll have exactly the same layout. Good. Now, how thick was that wall? 1, 2, 3? Yeah, 3 and 3 and possibly 3. The grid would really help now. How do we show the grid? View grid. Show. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. This should already be 3, though. I can hardly see the grid. Can we change the color of it? I don't know how to do that. Two, three, yeah, there. Okay, good. So this is what I want. I think we got this to look correct now. So if we do end up putting more verticality in here, your spawn point now needs to be like over here. I don't know. Let's go try that. This is just tough. Certain things I'm envisioning here. I'd like to keep these pretty solid. Yeah, so now you go beyond the top of the world. We can maybe do something about that. Change the sky parallax so this is 0.05. Does that have an effect? If we set this to 0.5, it should move very rapidly, right? Yeah. So I want to set it to 0.05 and then raise everything. Yeah, so we just got to raise it until... Oh, that did more than I thought. It's still visible. The gray is. There. Now what about the bottom? Eh, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Very cool. Yeah. All right, so if I set these up correctly, then these are the positions that you could go to the extent... Oh, I can't jump on that. No, this is... Oh, there's no wall. Oh, no, it's just Godot is blocking it. Yep, good. I did set these up correctly. So we got to keep you within those bounds. I think what would be most interesting is seeing this character make these jumps. But even just seeing them go like this, and then like this, then maybe jump up to here, and then jump back down. Yeah. Okay. Well. Hey, Pretzel. All right, add parallax. So in the actual dungeon, there's nothing below this, right? Yeah. Sidekick room has nothing beneath it. Spike's room has nothing beneath it. Oh, wait, there's no transition after this. We don't need any... No, wait, no, there's a transition before this. Okay, never mind. I was going to say we don't need any ground to be beneath this, but we do. Maybe we could add more like edges around this to make it harder for the character to stay on these platforms. So I put this here, for example. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, something like that. Why don't I do a stream and finish? I've been streaming and finish this entire time at Pressel. Why do you think you were able to understand it? Okay. This looks good. All right, so we're going to put this into the main area and with the parallax that we have. Thought it was English? No, what? You don't speak English. This man's losing his marbles over there. My life has been a lie. First, I thought I saw a sidekick. And I thought, wow, Adam's really changed the style. Then I thought I spoke English. I thought, wow, Adam's not streaming in my mother tongue. So we could swap this back now. I think getting this room to be inside the dungeon is going to be difficult. We need to match the parallax. Move the spawn point to make it easier. Or just turn off gravity. And move the player around manually. What cool merch you're wearing. Gee, thanks, Nightfall. He gains mana every time you do. I'm going to cast the biggest fireball you've ever seen. Ultima magic. All right, so this does need to be swapped. The autonomous control. Oh, I accidentally checked that in, didn't I? Whoopsie doodle. Yeah, whoops. I was never supposed to make it in. Is that the last commit I just did? Yes. Whoops. Okay, so we want to amend this like so. Amend last commit. and just click this button. And now if I go to diff last commit, that doesn't show up anymore. Nice. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. No, it does. I'm losing my mind over here. No better than a pretzel right now. All right, so set up snowy region better. The logo placement is pretty high. It can only go so low on the hoodie. I think I have a picture somewhere of how this thing was set up. But yeah, I can only go so low on this hoodie. I think I could lower it a bit though. And yeah, maybe I should. Oh no, it dropped. 25 players. No. Yeah, it's fine. All right. So the final thing we need to do now is put this inside the dungeon. I mean, I guess it's really just flesh out the entire dungeon now, right? Yeah. So we need these jumps to be possible. You are able to jump 4 tiles upward, so this is impossible. So let's fix it. We could just swap the positioning here. But I think something like this is fine. Is this too hard? There's only 1 tile here. I don't know. We'll try it out. All right, so that all works just fine. You can't jump up there. That's okay. You can maybe jump up that. Can you? I should just learn what your jump height is. Why did you spawn here? All right, well, it doesn't matter. Yes, you can easily make it up here. You cannot make it up to this. So the entire dungeon is broken now. It's not that hard to fix. But I think as we start developing more and more of these rooms, it will be harder to fix. So spawn point is here. I want to start you at exactly the right pixel coordinate. So let's put a character there and then move the spawn points so they're on the ground. Good. So now we can delete the starting point text. That's already set. Next room requires boots. That's not really important. And then you can't make this jump. So we lower this down to there. Yeah. In fact, we could be a little bit nicer than that. We could put this even like right there and just make this look a little bit more aesthetic. Maybe like that. There we go. No, I ate while I was still streaming. Yeah, now you can easily make this. Okay, good. So no problem making up here, right? Jump, 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 jump. Cool. Now you're here and now it's impossible. Okay, let's go fix that. And all right, sidekick is going to be in this room too. It's not possible to make it up to the chest right now. We'd have to put another platform here. And I can't tell if that's still too high. I'm just going to test it. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so chest with arrows is there. We got to put the chest in the right spots. That's not that hard to do. So let's go into that room. And arrows chest would be lowered so that it is on the terrain. Then, because we've put that in, we can delete this label now. Cool. All right, so done. Next up is enemies blocking path. We don't have enemies yet, so we got to ignore all those. Claw boots. This should also be lowered a little bit. Then we can delete that label. I would like it if when you got the claw boots, you could just immediately use them. So maybe we make a little exit through here. Yeah, that would be nice. And then maybe we have to move it to the side just a little bit. No, it's already pretty good. All right, let's go try that. All right, so now we have arrows. Cool. We can make it over here. We cannot make that jump. We can do the same thing over here. Yeah, let's try that. Claw boots. All right, chest with teleport ring. We got to lower that one down. Good. Delete the label. And then what else? We have bomb arrows somewhere. Where is that? Right there. Okay. So we get the teleport ring. Now we can teleport through walls. And this is where this gets really difficult because I think you can actually teleport through even this wall and you shouldn't be able to. It's not working. Huh. I can teleport through this one. I made the distance 5 tiles. That's only 4 tiles. Maybe because of the wall slide? Maybe I cut it down to 4 tiles? I don't remember doing that. Teleport ring. Has teleport ring. Here we go. There should be a usage of this. Can teleport. Try teleport. Destination. Maximum tile distance 5. Okay, I don't understand. Maybe I can't be wall sliding. Oh, you can't teleport through here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that makes sense, but this is only 4. Yeah, weird. Can't teleport through here. It is what I want. Order? Are you asking, like, what did I have for lunch? Because I got some chicken sandwiches from Costco yesterday. They have pretzel buns. Never had pretzel buns in my life before. So you could make it into here. I guess it's fine as long as you get it out. Yeah. All right, so you'd make your way over here. You could jump over this enemy. Not really, I guess. So I think this little hook thing in the ceiling is unnecessary. You could still make it over here. Yeah. All right, so now you work your way back down here where you are now able to go over to this side. You'll get air shooting at some point. We'll add more enemies. And then this is where you'll meet Sidekick. Can you make it up here? You can. Yeah. Then you need to teleport over to here. Neat. Okay. I mean, there's some decent platforming in here. It's not great. It's something. You can get bomb arrows. $2,000 hoodies. Who's gonna stop me? You teleport through here? You can, yeah. That's really nice. You should be able to. Which actually, I guess, means that you could teleport from right here and then miss the treasure chest at the bottom. So maybe we should stop you from... No, how do we do that? I don't know. If you do teleport through here, it's not really a problem. It's just not the expected order. Also, air shooting isn't really necessary. It is for the space shooter, though, right? So no, we should probably stop here doing this. Okay. I'll go thicken the wall. There. So now you can't go through that. How would you point a model front end to check why can't I teleport here? It's only 4 tiles in web dev. Someone even proposed usage of custom CSS tags. I would probably just describe the problem. And I think what it would tell me is something like this collision needs to be unobscured. Unobstructed, excuse me. And that maybe we're only checking 4 tiles, basically. So, yeah, maybe there's like 1 pixel overlap or something. Hey, sound. Hello, hello. All right, so all this is good. Then you get to here, and then this gets a little bit challenging because I want this to be part of the same dungeon, but I only want the parallax to show up here. Oh, man. I don't know how we would do that. Yeah, I don't know how we would do that. We need this to show up from the dungeon. I mean, maybe we could just block where the parallax shows using the background that we have. I don't really want it to be the same room anyway, though. I just want to start using snow tiles. Need to match the parallax. Problem is that the parallax will bleed out from the dungeon. Probably need to mask it with the background rectangle or something. Okay, I don't really know how I'm going to do that yet. But I guess we can make this general room that we had here. It was supposed to be really tall. It's got some platforms in it. The exact structure doesn't really matter. And another thing I should write is make sure... Yeah, world design is hard. Make sure you can't see too far in any given direction, and that the background, that you never see the clear color. I don't even want you knowing that this is where the snow area is. I think we need to extend this whole thing out to the right. Yeah, because otherwise you'll see it from above. Unless we thicken the wall here too. How much of this could you see when you're above it? We got to get back over there. Okay, I should change that. You can see all the way down to the words minimap. Doesn't show more. So you can see a lot of this room. So if we want to hide that you're above a snow world right now, we would need to drastically change this. Let me take some pictures. There is picture number 1 and picture number 2. Is over here. I think we move the room to the right by like 5 tiles. From what I'm seeing in this picture. Is that like 5 tiles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, something like 5 tiles to the right. And downward by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe more. 10. So we need an even thicker ceiling here, right? 10 tiles. Okay, let's do it with the desert tiles to make it really stand out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, here's where I'd want to start it, and then over 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I want the new start to be like right there. Oh man, sorry to hear that, Leftist. Take care. Hope you feel better. Get some magnesium. Actually, it's supposed to help with migraines. But you got to take it regularly. So I'm going to move this whole room down to there. Okay. But we want this to be the snowy area. So I will just draft out a snowy area here. You're supposed to enter, though, from the side. And it's supposed to have really tall ceilings. Maybe you go even farther down? I guess I didn't really plan this. Maybe it just seemed like it was really vast when you were sidekick. I think we just move this whole section off to the side so that it can be a really, really vast area. But then we got to go back over here. So this is as far as you can see. What's the final tile that you can see over here? If I put a snow tile there, can you see that? You can. If I put that there, you can see only part of this. Yeah. So this would be out of view. This tile is partially in view. So we would need to put it just to the right of that, which means there'd be a lot of kind of blank space here. Maybe we rearrange the entire dungeon so that there isn't that blank space. Like, what if instead of falling over here, you fell on the right side? Or maybe we just make these rooms a little bit longer. All right. Well, let's draft this out. So I want this to be the start of the stone room. So you'd have this really long room here, which would have the spike room and the sidekick room. I should take a picture of this before I lose it. So none of this is in view, right? You can't see any of these tiles? No, you cannot. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do this. Just switch my resolution ratio. It won't change anything. Yeah, the game's viewport is what's stopping you from seeing this. Your monitor won't do anything different. So this will be sidekick room followed by a spike room on the right side. And I don't want this to be super long here. I want it to take a reasonable amount of time to progress through. So let's put a node there, and there's a third one there. Okay, and let's see how long it takes you to get to those points. Can I teleport through this? I probably can. If I just delete that. Because that'll save me some time, right? Nice. Okay. So we make it to here. And now we start our stopwatch. Oh, I closed the stopwatch page. Stopwatch. Okay, so it took me 2 seconds to make it to this. And then for whatever reason, everything just stops. So probably because I needed to change the camera bounds. So we'll just make it back there. Shouldn't take very long. Spikes. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with that solution. All right, reset. Is there a lap feature on this? There isn't? Oh, come on. I need a lap feature. This one doesn't have it either? Stopwatch with lap feature. Online stopwatch. Start, split, reset. Okay, yeah. So start. Oh, I can't do this. I don't have hands. I already messed up. All right, let's try it on my phone. I'm gonna use my pinky for this. All right. Lap. 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 Okay. So yeah, they're all spaced about 2 seconds apart. Taking 6 seconds to traverse the room is not too bad. Yeah, so I think we put sidekick like right here. Or no, not even, right? They could be just barely off screen. Yeah, put them like right there. All right, so sidekick goes right there. Sidekick. And then you'll make it through the rest of this room. And you'll encounter the spikes room that has the mostly impervious armor and the bomb arrows. Yeah, we got to put a ceiling on this because you could climb to the top very easily. And we got to make sure the walls are thick enough. So we do this. Maybe we take dungeon tiles and put them here too. That's maybe good enough. The ceiling just needs to be off screen. That's all I care about. You can't jump up to there. So there's actually no way for you to get... Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't realize I could do that. I could just put a little flag almost to stop you from getting up there. Yeah. That works. It just looks weird. I think it would look less weird if it was not supported by this. There we go. All right, so now add a ceiling above all this. Put it in snow tiles. And then I want to copy what we had in this room. So you're supposed to jump up the wall to get to a platform. And then from the platform to get to the chest. So I like exactly what we had there. Jump up the wall to get to a platform. Yeah, the ceiling could be lower here. Might look a little strange. No, it definitely looks strange. Also, you'd be able to teleport above the ceiling. Maybe the ceiling shouldn't be so tall in this room. Let's make it so you can actually get up there. And see how much you can... Oh, that's too high. Yeah, that's too high. There, that should be good. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Stop the ceiling at somewhere that the dungeon tiles currently are. Thereabouts. Yeah, I think it's good enough. I don't want you to have to try climbing forever just to see if there's something else up there. So like there's probably good. And then just delete all this. And delete this and this. Okay. Delete all of that and that. And now put some thick walls over there. This doesn't need to be this thick. And even if you climb up there, if you found a way, it's not a problem. I just don't want you wasting your time because I'm not putting anything up there. So as long as you don't feel compelled to go there. Yeah, I think this is good. All right. So I want to get this puzzle back in. You have to jump up to the top, jump onto a platform, and then teleport over to here. Not really a puzzle. The ceiling can probably be the same height. This room also doesn't need to be very large. Maybe the same general height it was before. Okay, so we put this here and then put the other platform over here. We got to make sure you can actually make that jump. I don't know how hard that'll be. And then block the whole thing off with solid wall. Now, when you encounter this room as sidekick, there actually is some terrain below this. And also the terrain is 2 tiles thick instead of 1 tile thick. If we were to put extra ground below this, I think it's fine. It doesn't look out of place, but we should probably do the same thing over here too. Yeah. All right, now we want the mostly impervious chest over here. Oh. Down arrow. Okay. And then the bomb arrows need to get moved over to the other side of that. Perfect. All right, so spikes were supposed to be along this floor because it's the only way for you to get back. Otherwise, you would just die. I gotta test that room out. All right, let's go over there. It's too hard to control at 8x speed. Oh, yeah, I can't do this. Okay. All right, so you encounter sidekick over here. You keep going. You make it to this room. There are spikes on the floor. If you were to touch them, you would die. If you come up here, though, you jump and then teleport, and you'll land on the treasure chest for the armor. Now, coming back, you actually can teleport all the way over to this wall and avoid the spikes, which would mean you wouldn't need to get the armor. So we need to make this room a little bit longer, or put this platform lower. No, it's not a height thing. No, it is kind of a height thing. Yeah, because you do drop some way to get there. Yeah. Okay. Armor chest drops down to here. Bomb arrow chest drops down as well. Good. All right, so how's that now? You cannot make it over to there on your own. You'd fall in the spikes. If you try jumping from over here, you would fall. If you try jumping from like way up here, no, you can't make it still. So yeah, you have to go to the platform, I think. And then it's very easy. Yeah. And this is not meant to be difficult getting up to here, right? If you bonk your head on the top, no, you can't bonk your head. Or if you can, it doesn't seem to stop you. Yeah. Can you make it without a teleport? I just jump. No. All right, yeah, this is exactly what I want. I was surprised you set it up like that pretty much the first time. Well, second time. Oh, wait, no, you can still teleport. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Well, you can make it very far over here. We could just move the room a little bit more to the side. Yeah. Maybe 2 more tiles would be enough. All right, foreground. So instead of ending it right here, do 2 more tiles to the other side. Delete this. 1, 2, 1, 2. Armor moves over to the side. And this chest moves over to the side. Make the lower platform shorter. That could also work. I think just moving the whole thing might be fine. I want to try this out. So you can see it there. You definitely cannot make it there. You have to go up to this platform. Yeah, this is pretty good. And now on your way back, as long as we put spikes like right here, I think we're okay. I should probably just get rid of this. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably still barely possible. It's not, I can't do it, but it looks like it's possible. Okay, yeah, it is. I hit the side that time. Okay, well, 1 more tile? How hard is it to make that jump in the first place? So much for second time's a charm. It's moderately easy. I think we lowered another tile and moved another tile to the right. I think we should be fine. Like that. As long as that's not too hard. And I gotta lower the treasure chest too, of course. No, I don't think it's too hard. These are necessary items. So if you couldn't make this, then you'd just be out of luck. So I probably got to tone it down a little bit. Yeah, no, it's definitely impossible to make that one. Put spikes on wall beside the armor. L with spikes on a vertical edge. Yeah, that'd probably be the best. I just need to make sure you can't get the bomb arrows and then leave without getting the armor. Oh, you know what we could do? I didn't think about this until just now. We could add like a little pity platform here, right? Like that. Because ideally, in fact, we could even do this probably. And that way you could land kind of anywhere here. And it should be okay. And none of these should put you closer to being able to teleport to the side, I think. What was the other thing I need to do? Oh yeah, lower the treasure chest. Alright, so how's that? Can you jump over here now? No, but you are kind of close. No, you can't. And when you jump from up here now, it should be really easy. You actually can jump without even needing to teleport. So I should probably get rid of the lowest step. And I think we'd do fine. Yeah, I think we just get rid of the lowest one. All right. Yeah, nice. Okay, pretty cool. Got to be careful not to change the teleport mechanics too much now. All right, good. So you'd get this. You would then leave. There's no faster way to get back here. You're just running back. Then there are going to be spikes along this wall. So you could never get out of here until you got the impervious armor. You'll leave through here. You will then see this cracked wall. You'll blow a hole in it. And I have no way of getting beyond this. Yeah. I can't do anything about this. That's where we use some video game magic, though. And for now, since we don't have this, we just thin the wall out. Goodbye, wall. Yeah. So it's not supposed to be a thin wall. Thin walls you can teleport through. Cracked wall you'd have to destroy. So now there'd be a little bit of everything in here. A bunch of enemies you fight. Maybe some platforming. I haven't carved this out yet. And then I don't know why this is a thick wall. This is impossible to progress through. It could be a cracked wall as well. I like the idea of using it a couple of times maybe. Maybe you fall in from the top of this room. Yeah, maybe we make another one of those. That way, it's at least a mechanic you use twice. And for now, video game magic there. And then to get over to here, let's go make some platforms. So I would expect something like this. This will allow you to get over to that. In fact, actually, if you... Oh, that's probably good. Even that's fine. Then you need a way to get up to here. There's no way right now. So let's put in some kind of arbitrary platforms. And maybe like a wall jump, a couple of sections. Want this to feel like a fun room to progress through. Maybe something's just off the ground here, so you can't make it to it. No, that'd probably be frustrating. I'll expand this one. And that a little bit. And put one down here. And hopefully that's enough for you to... Well, maybe one more. Okay, good. Let's go try that. Let's just mess around in this room and see. First of all, we could just climb this entire thing and jump from up here. So I guess there is no real difficulty. And then you just hit this with your bomb arrow. Blows up. You get through the wall. You get over to here now. Now you could do this and get all the way up to the corner. Whoops. But there's nothing in this corner. This doesn't help you at all. So you would see that there's a treasure chest up here and there's a treasure chest down here. You might jump on this. You get the high jump boots. You're like, oh, okay, it's going to cause me to jump through this. That's when you launch yourself into space. That's going to be a great moment in this game. Oops. Yeah, this feels pretty good. And even platforming through here feels pretty good too. So if you get air shooting, you could just litter this place with enemies. There wouldn't really be a reason to even bother engaging with any of them. I guess you could just leave. But hey, you might find it fun. They were a spaceship all along. They weren't though. The mimic turns you into a spaceship. Oh, if I haven't written this down, maybe that's what I meant to write down the other day that I forgot. Teleport particles. Need physics interpolation reset. All right, this is pretty cool. So let's try this as though we're actually playing it. Let's play the music in the background too. In fact, you know what? I'll export this. Export MP3. Where is this going? Sounds good. I called it Fireflies back when I thought it was a jungle tune. Now it's not. Maybe we should call it Ice Flies. All right, but that's not the music that we're going to play right now. Whoa, don't do that. New world. Save? I don't think so. This is pretty cool. Oh. Yeah, we have no sound effects for like half these things. We should probably put some dead ends or something in here. All right. So now we get a chest over here, which I have not coded yet. Then you meet Sidekick. Got the dialogue that plays out. Make your way over to here. Hit the bomb arrows. Walk on the spikes. Kill this knight. Walk on these spikes. Go to the cracked wall. Destroy it. Kill a bunch of enemies in this room. In fact, maybe you have to kill them to be able to move on. Then get over to here. Destroy this too. Oops. I should delete that platform. It's annoying. Because you can still make it over here from here, right? Yeah. So blow this up. Get to the high jump boots. That form. How'd you know that platform's name? All right, and then in the middle. So yeah, this is like less than 3 minutes. Yeah, because the track is 3 minutes and we just barely got to the end. And then in the middle, when you get to the icy area, we would play that music. Now, granted, there were not enemies. You might die. You might land on the spikes. It would cause you to restart. Might add another couple minutes. But yeah, I think this whole thing's probably going to take like 6 minutes or something. All right, so yeah, when you get to this area, we'd play this music. I think this will be cool. So I think both tracks should probably be playing the whole time. And we should just fade between them. When it comes to playing the snow music, should probably fade between the two tracks so that they don't have obvious start and stop times. Whew. How are we doing over here? 27. Went back up. Nice. All right. What have we not done? So probably need to move this whole room to the right. Yeah, so now there's no real reason for this room to exist. There's nothing in it. And I don't know, maybe we put some enemies in here or something. Maybe there are a bunch of knights and the whole point is to platform around them. Yeah, I like that idea. Where's this label? Here. Add unkillable knights to this room as obstacles. We just need some way to get you over to here, basically. Also, an ad's about to start soon. I'm going to have to take another break. Yeah, so let's just add in some random platforms. Probably want to stop this before you get to that point. Maybe like that. There. Okay. What about screen effects? We could maybe do something along those lines. I'll probably save that kind of juicing up the game until like much later. But for now, I got to take a break. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello, hello. Hey, Toas. Close the game. All right, we made some pretty solid progress. Why is the game not closing? Close the game. Hey, Laxon. I think a voice-activated interface was a fun idea, but it does not work out in practice. All right, so we fleshed out a lot of the world. I think the next important thing is figuring out the parallax here. Now, I'm not even sure I want to do that yet. And we might need this background fill to go all the way to the edge. Is there anything that's not being covered? This won't work. Because once you get to here, it's going to look messed up. Switch to more responsive model. It's something baked into the the plugin that I'm using. I should probably just make something custom because, yeah, there's plenty of better transcription models. It's just this plugin's not great. Because I needed to do two things. I needed to transcribe what I type into a text file, and then I needed to submit those to Twitch. So you have closed captioning available on Twitch. If I just needed it in a file, that might be different. How do I show this? At least I think this works. There's closed caption here. Yeah. So this is because of this plugin that I'm using. But yeah, if all I needed was a way to control the computer, I think that would be pretty simple to do. And maybe it's easy to just give OBS a text file with captions. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I don't need a plugin. I haven't really looked into it. All right, so what do we do here? Yeah. Built out more of the world, dungeon world. All right, so matching the parallax. Let's go take a look at this. This I'll give to Soul. And I want to check my status. I'm at 98% still, yeah. Not bad. This is probably going to take a little bit more. So in room 1, it's backtracking room 1. There it is. Room 1, I have a section with snowy tiles instead of dungeon tiles. For that section, I want the parallax layers from room 3. Oh. Where'd that go? There. To be visible. But I only want those layers to be visible in those sections. Yeah, in other words, while in the dungeon area, you shouldn't be able to see the snowy background. So we probably just take this background fill and cut it off so that it stops like right there. Yeah, let's just have this run. And then while that's running, let's fill out the journal. Made some great progress. When did I start this game? It was this week, seriously? God, it feels like I've been working on this for 2 weeks. Really? Huh. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the progress then. I was going to say 2 weeks, it feels slow to me. 1 week feels about right, not like super fast. Did a ton of world design and some game design for the Metroidvania game. Then I started building out the world based on those designs. Yeah, yeah. I want to extend the time that you play this for somehow, just a little bit. Like, we got a bunch of rooms, we got some different mechanics. I think we need to handle what happens when you die. Like, you should probably just go back to a spawn point for that room, and it should probably reset the enemies or something. Maybe it doesn't even reset the enemies. Maybe we just do the nice thing. Where is that, though? At dying. We start with the last checkpoint. It should probably just be the beginning of the room that you died in. Also, we may not even want to reset the enemies in the room to make it easier for you. Although none of the enemies really pose a challenge. I don't even know what the enemies are going to be. But yeah, you will only have arrows. And your arrows are ranged. So like you could hit them a couple times from range and not die. So here we can see the mountain coming through the bottom of this. Exactly what I don't want to have happening. But it's hard to tell unless it actually takes, yeah, it's going to take a video. Hmm. So we don't need portals. Yeah, this is all done. Oh, right, the mini map. I forgot about that. And I changed the layout of the dungeon so that the original mini map wouldn't even make sense anymore. Hmm. All right, what else? Space between the two tracks. When you lose control of your character, you need to make sure he doesn't go too far to either side. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, there is a ton of work left to do here still, but it's going pretty well. Yeah. And then the space shooter, I gotta probably buy those graphics this weekend, maybe. I don't think we'll get to the space shooter stuff before like Wednesday. I'll write this down. Buy the space shooter graphics. It's almost certain that I'll use them. So I may as well go obtain them. Yeah, I want to get a link to where those graphics are too. Sub games, space shooter. Why? What? Why couldn't I find this? Okay, here are the graphics. Yeah, I like these. I think it's pretty cool. Also, we've set up quite a lot in here for when you are in space, because you're not going into space with a ship. You're going into space as just your archer, and you're going to shoot bomb arrows at everybody. So, like, the fact that you got armor that makes you immune to metal, and that you got arrows that can blow up spaceships, it was all very intentional. I mean, a lot of what I do at first is just going to be figuring out, like, which ships do we want to use. Then mimics got to come up and talk to you, and yeah, yeah. Okay, let's go try this out. See if it worked. I somehow doubt it, but maybe it's good enough. Yeah, it's definitely not working. All right, I'll take a picture. The parallax background for the snowy area is obviously showing in the dungeon area. Take note of the blue mountains in the attached screenshot. Fix it. So if I were to fix this, the way I'd probably do this is I would either just not have the parallax stuff show up until you're in the snowy area. The problem with that is you wouldn't be able to see it ahead of time, and this is bleeding into the bottom of the world. Or I'd make some kind of clipping thing, or I think it'd just be a z-index problem. Like, we could just put the parallax behind the background fill. Yeah, that should be it. So yeah, that's what I think it would do. It's making a shader for this. Okay, I don't know. It seems like it's overkill. I think AI is making a shader. I think we can just change the order of the background fill and the snowy parallax. So this link has permanently changed? No, it's back to normal. Nice. I don't have the reset though. They were supposed to give me one. Hey, look, it's the snow parallax. These are the mountains. It looks like usage is back to normal at least. That'd be great. I don't think I'm going to stick with open code. Maybe I'll just sign up whenever I'm like totally out of Codex. Well, I should probably make sure I use it before I run out. Yeah. At some point, make sure I use my open code Go subscription, even if it's just for the premium models. Okay, it's doing something wild with clipping right now. Also interesting, put the shader right into the scene. Huh. Is it working? Because again, I think we could just change the fill. It is. And what happens when we make it over there? Probably going to keep interrupting me. In fact, if I just turn this back to maximized, it shouldn't do that anymore. Hey, nice. I mean, close to nice. You can see the gray at the top. But yeah, it's not too bad. And I can fix that myself. It is a little bit hard to see your character against this background. That's not something I had thought of before. Like, it's just a little too light in the background. You stand out when you're standing on a platform, but jumping upward seems like it's a little bit difficult. Hmm. I kind of want your shooting animation to be like a little bit faster. It just doesn't feel super responsive. I mean, the reason why is it's actually animating the arrow being shot. Although, the animation doesn't really work, does it? Oh, I never really noticed that it's kind of wrong up until now. I think it's making the arrow one frame too soon. Interesting. We'll polish that. Shooting animation. I think we're firing the arrow one frame too soon. It's just the bowstring is pulled back on the frame that the arrow is fired. And then there's one other problem, right? We should speed up the FPS of the shooting animation so that it feels more responsive. All right, is this done? It's probably done. Yeah, and what did this do? 96%. Original parent mask did not constrain parallax 2D after its camera transform. Replace it with a world space parallax polygons whose geometry exists only inside the snowy region. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. So these get passed into something over here. Oh no, these have the shader themselves. Oh, I don't know about that. No, this seems very stupid to me. This does not seem smart. Layer scale 2. This just doesn't work. I gotta move where this is. Yeah. I gotta move it. All right, I should add a cheat that puts you somewhere over here. Singular Coffee. When have you used Claude Code? If you think it's better, if you think Codex is better, I have used Claude. The reason I switched was mostly that I just didn't like that Elon Musk now has a partial stake in Claude with how the data center hosting is set up. So I switched for that reason. I thought Claude was very capable. In fact, I thought it was more capable than Codex at first. I then kind of got used to Codex. I think it's pretty good. Claude might still be better. Codex was more generous in terms of usage for the longest time, though. Then this last week, it's been a bit iffy. Hey, Strudel. How do you check garbage collector in Godot? What do you do to check memory and so on? I use dot memory for that. I wrote a bunch of notes about this here. It's in one of these 3 notes. I don't remember which one. Yeah, this is a pretty small note, I guess. He was co-founder back in the day. I don't know. I don't necessarily like anyone can invest in a company in that way by getting stock. So I don't pay attention to that too much. It's more like by funding this product, you might be giving a company money without realizing you're giving that company money. Anyway, did I answer the other part of that? Yeah. I think I pretty much answered it. So yeah, these notes should help, or something in here. I've got some other notes on dot memory. I did this for Skeleseller sort of toward the end, and it helped out a lot. I pretty much just went through dot memory and looked at like, okay, where are the most calls coming from, where the allocations coming from, then how do we get rit of them? And it worked out pretty well. Now Skeleseller runs pretty smoothly, even on a Gen 1 Steam Deck. So Rider or dot memory. So dot memory is part of like the Rider suite of software from JetBrains. I actually don't know if that's entirely true. I think they're separate products. But yeah, dot memory. And by the way, if you want a year subscription to dot memory for free, I do giveaways every once in a while. So yeah, join Discord, and also just let me know if you're interested in that. Hey, Niall. Yeah, dot memory is JetBrains' thing. I just don't remember if it's part of Rider. I think it's a separate product though. I want to check them in Godot. Yeah, you can't do that, at least if it's C#. Godot might have its own thing for I don't know, GD script things in here. I don't usually look at this stuff because it's not very helpful. But for GD script, it might be better. But yeah, if you're talking about C#, I don't even, GD script doesn't even have like the same kind of garbage collection that C# has. I think, yeah, I haven't used GD script in forever, so I don't really know what the parameters are. Okay, what was I just about to do? All right, tell this thing. So I was going to make a cheat that goes to this point. So let's make a new marker. Marker 2D. This is like before snow point. And we'll put this over here somewhere. It could just be anywhere in this room. It doesn't matter. I just added before snow point in backtracking room 1. Add a cheat to backtracking platformer that will take me to that point. The cheat should ideally only show up if we're actually in room 1. Yeah. So they're not usual free to use Godot plugins, I guess. Dot memory? Is that what we're talking about? Because that's completely unrelated to Godot. So yeah, that's not free to use as far as I know. And as far as Godot profiling goes, there might be something for GDScript, but I'm not up to date on GDScript. The last time I used it was probably like 6 years ago. So I don't know what people do to figure out any allocation problems with GDScript games. But yeah, for me, I just used dot memory for C sharp. Hey, Cuttlefish. All right, so we're adding a cheat right now. Add a cheat to go to the snow world and then fix the snow world parallax. Gray is showing. I think it's just a positioning problem. I also want to ask why we made a special shader and didn't just change the order of background, fill, and the parallax layers. I think that would have been easier to work with and may have been sufficient. All right, I've mentioned this before about the roadmap. Where's the roadmap? I wanted to make this combination of really kind of two games, then a very quick joke game, and a couple of other games that I think the Hue Slider one's going to be tough because that'll be 3D. It'll be the first 3D game in here. Falling Block Platform, I actually think will be probably somewhat easy, but I don't know for sure. So I expect all those to go much faster. Music is always going to take me some time, and I got to make music for all those games. But my deadline for this checkpoint was, I think, November 6th. So we are, I think, totally fine on time. All right, so this is done. We now have our cheat in the game. Let's go try it out. So I go into here. There we go. That's pretty nice. Yeah, so I want to take a picture of this. And then put this back over here. There is the clear color is showing at the top of the snowy area. I think this is just a positioning problem for the parallax layer. Also, there was this. Also, why did we make a special shader and not just change the order of background fill in the parallax layers? Okay. Guess one could use like get static memory in GDScript to check after a function. So let me just plainly say this. If you're using C#, I recommend trying dot memory. If you want a license and don't want to pay, I recommend messaging me. Yeah. So I think this is what I would boil it all down to. Anything regarding GDScript is just a big question mark for me, but I just haven't used it in so long. Shader wasn't necessary. Hey, neat. Cool. It's undoing all of that. Well, it was a waste of time and a waste of my quota. Well, whatever. It'll be done. This expires on the Thursday in the morning. Okay. Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, open code go. I think this should all be fine. I do kind of wonder if this is what game dev is going to look like for me for the next, like, whatever, 6 months. And it's what I was saying earlier. The game design sections are much more frequent than they were. And the reason why is that dev is so fast now. Like, the coding is so fast now that I run into game design problems faster. I think it's probably the same amount of game design time. The reason I wonder about this is it almost feels like it's harder to build momentum because I don't just have a very straightforward to-do list. If I ever do, then churning through that list is pretty easy. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to try something else, which is just like verify that that cheat doesn't work around side of here. Verify that this doesn't work when playing as sidekick and in another room. All right, we're done with that. We are at 95%. Yeah, that's still fine. It depends. You try to make games for like game jams, short amount of time with a little twist. Oh, no, I'm just talking about for Stuck in a Broken Tutorial. Yeah. Like, I've been working on this now for 4 months. Well, 4.5 months. And I plan to work on it for at least another like 12 months. Probably. So like, yeah, will the next 12 months be like this? And my gut says yes. It probably will be. Unless I change tax drastically and go into like marketing mode, then yeah, it'll be different. But all right, nice. This is looking good. Do I have any way to climb that wall? I don't think so. Unless I made one over here. No, I didn't. Oh wait, over here I can. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, looks good. Looks really good. Yeah, awesome. Time to relearn game design. No, I mean, I think the game design stuff is working okay. I don't have a problem with that. It's just that, like I said, I kind of wanted to have more momentum for some of these tasks. But yeah, so much of this does boil... Am I moving faster than normal? So much of this does boil down to, what am I building? It's like if the how am I building it part went much faster through coding, then yeah, I get stuck on the what. How I'm feeling right now, my current project, hey, Crucials, constantly adding stuff, so I feel like I'm spending most of the time actually designing. This is me often hand-holding the agent through features. Yeah. How is my design process now? It's pretty much what you've seen on the stream. Like, I run into a problem, I go into design mode, I open up a Google Doc, I type a bunch of thoughts in there. We eventually come up with something that seems pretty good. You can technically, yeah, you can teleport through this. Still going to take forever because everything game dev takes time. I think you can like drastically cut corners. I don't want to cut corners everywhere. I still want the game design to be a human process, the art to be a human process, music. But yeah, code, do not care whatsoever. I've coded enough things in my life. I've coded enough games in my life. I don't mind if I don't have to code another like make a platformer character move kind of thing. Maybe a project over 12 months seems unfathomable. That can't be true. You got to commit to house plants. You can't have killed them all. Try to build systems so they add up. If you go feature for feature, it feels endless. Well, again, like part of this is you can only build out so much when it comes to games without actually testing it and figuring out, does it work? So you can make a game that you think would be fun, then you actually prototype and you're like, whoa, this is missing something. And you come up with some new mechanic or something. It's like that iterative process, I think, is always going to be there for games. And yeah, maybe not if we're just talking about like one mechanic or something, but like across all these games, I want there to be some consistency. I want there to be some inconsistencies in how some things happen. I want to be very intentional about those things. I want the story to be consistent. Yeah. All right, so I wanted to try this cheat now. We got to go into the next room. And nice, it went away. Very cool. I cannot wait to see people's reaction to this game. I wonder if we should make the floor underneath you even thicker in some parts. Because it looks a little too uniform right now. Oh no, come on. Did it change room 3 or is it just using the same? No, it didn't change room 3. What happened there? I tested this. Huh. Potentially. So it is fathomable. So you're a liar. And you're calling me out for not remembering things. I won't stand for it. All right, where's the room sequence? We got to go find that again. Here it is. Set this to 3. Set this to 2. I don't get it, though. How did I break this? No, now it's totally fine. It's not fine when you're... Oh, maybe it doesn't work depending on where you spawn in. Oh, that would be miserable. Oh, that would be extra very miserable. Yeah. Leading a very good life with me. Not sure. I'm guessing you meant to say. Yeah, my wife has a lot of plants, and every once in a while there's some issue, and she's got to like diagnose what's wrong. And I was reading, I've been reading the Magnesium Miracle, and they talk about how just the nutrients in soil and how it transfers to food. And it's like, well, plants need their own nutrients too. And even just managing those is probably tough. I don't even know how you measure that stuff. Probably some device you can get, right? All right, so we just skip through this, skip over to here, and then watch as everything breaks. Yup. Watch as everything breaks. Also, why did it like spawn on the left side of the world? Something's... Oh. I know what's wrong. We didn't use the spawn point to transition into the snow region, did we? We don't position the third room like how we position the second room. As a result, the parallax is getting messed up. But even then, you shouldn't be able to see any gray at the top. Let me look up this plant. Yes. And would she be willing to share pictures? I will ask her. And I will copy your message here. We had a fiddly fig tree. I don't know if you've ever seen these, but they look really nice. This is our white whale. We have never been able to grow these. They die on us no matter what. I don't think they're supposed to be super hard to maintain. But yeah, we just never could keep one alive for very long. I think we tried 2 or 3 times and then gave up. Yeah, I think Monstera is in that family, right? I'm not positive. No, it's its own genus. Okay, I do not know any of this stuff. Well, regular fig trees, I think, are a different beast. I think they might be easier. All right, I gotta check this stuff in. Yeah. Let's check in just the cheap part for now. So I want this code. This code. Actually, everything in cheats. I guess I don't really need to remember anything else. And then this, right? Shouldn't I have modified the menu somewhere? What did I do? No, I didn't. No, yeah, there it is, right there, right before Snow Point. Not the menu, the scene. I said the wrong word. I want this, but in order to get this, I'm gonna change how many load steps there are in here, which might break stuff. Also, I don't want these things in here. Is there a way to stage just this section? Ah, split chunk. Oh, neat. Okay. And then do we need the new line too? Probably. Yeah, we do. Okay. Cool. So add cheat to teleport before the snow world. And then we should probably add a cheat as sidekick. Yeah, so add snow parallax to room 1. This does not use any shader garbage, right? Yeah, no. Okay, so add a sidekick only cheat to backtracking platformer that will transition sidekick to the next room in the room sequence. You do not need to be on Soul, it can be on Luna. Oh, what? What just happened? Did I check this in? No. What did I do? What did I do? Amend last commit. There. Whew. Okay, yeah. Shows what I know. Okay. Let's get the Monday list set up while I'm waiting for this. I have streamed for longer than I normally would. Although I guess that's not really true, is it? Normally I take a lunch break. Because I streamed, well, it's kind of true. I was still here. But I should probably get going pretty soon. Skelecellar's popping off right now, though. This is what popping off means. What's funny is if you look at Terraria, which is like, what, 15 years old or something? Terraria's got 42,000 players and nothing special happened. And I'm like, oh my god, look guys, 31 players. Playing my video game. Oh man. All right, so this is being done right now, yeah. And where'd the last bit here go? How much does Factorio have? Factorio Steam DB. My guess is also in the tens of thousands. Yeah, 20,000. It peaked at, wow, 120,000 people. But you can see even at its lowest point, I don't even think it's dipped below 10,000. This is crazy to me. Now with Factorio, I guess it's a little different because the average playtime is so long. I guess it's probably pretty long for Terraria too. But I was going to say, if this was a game like, how many does Undertale have? It'd probably be interesting. Because like Undertale's not a game you, yeah, wow, 2,000. Undertale's not a game that you would probably ever go back to all that much. Like there's not a lot of replay value. Maybe you play it again in 5 or 10 years or something when you forget what's happened. This peaked at, oh wow, this did not peak at too many players. Yeah. And even then, it's like this dipped to 900 back in 2022. And for some reason, it's picked up a lot. Oh, I guess Deltarune is why it's picked up a lot. And I think it went on sale for like $1. But yeah, this is like the best case scenario for stuck in a broken tutorial. And every time I make a game, I get jealous of the style of another game. So like I'll make a multiplayer game and I'm like, oh, I want to make a single player game. I'll make a non-replayable game. I'll be like, oh, I want to make a replayable game. This is kind of where I stand right now. I think I want to make something that is just like one system, one or one sort of Uber system, one set of mechanics, something that's replayable. Skeletor could have been that, but I would have needed to sell my soul. I don't want to do that. Yeah, replayability is huge. Yeah. Yeah, but these are all mega games. Like Stardew probably has a ton of players. It actually is pretty interesting looking at these charts because I didn't tend to ever look at them that much. 43,000. Oh, weird. What happened there? Must have been a new patch launching. It must have been. And then ever since whatever happened then, it's been consistently tons of players. Man. Oh, it's labeled. Interesting. Yeah, 1.6. That was actually after the jump, although maybe this labeling is not totally correct, but I would expect it to be. Yeah, I wonder what happened right before that. Maybe people just got hyped about an announcement and started playing again. And yeah. That's only Steam. Yep, you play on Switch. Other people play on mobile for Terraria, like Factorio. I don't know platforms it's on, but yeah, I think it's a good indicator though of success on other platforms too. Like nothing's probably gonna come close to the Steam numbers for Terraria or Stardew, is my guess. Yeah. All right, so we got a new cheat here. Let's go test that out. So we go into this, and this will let me try out, yeah, teleport before snow. Wait, that shouldn't be there. Oh, I never said it shouldn't be there. Go to next room. Okay, so that's working just fine. Go to next room. Yeah, this puts you in a weird spot. I'll go fix that. But yeah, the cheat's working. Go to next room. Sounds good. This can be changed. Can advance the next room. Advance next room. Yeah, cool. Happy with that. Add sidekick. Only cheat to advance rooms. You know what else we should probably add before I forget? Because this would be very easy to do. Is just put another. There's before snow point. We could put a before jump boots point. That way I don't need to go all the way over there. That'd be really nice. Put them like right here. Before jump boots. In fact, we don't even need a marker for this. I don't know what I want to do with that. I'll just write this down when we get to that section. Yeah, I think it's fine. Space shooter. Conclusions. Heavy burst of the designated space. Sure. Where is all of that? Room design. Exit design. Make a cheat that puts you in this room. It can just be based on the position of the chest. It could put you one tile away from it. Or even above the chest. Either's fine. This is a single game I know of. I'd be excited to start a new game save. Literally at any time. Yeah, I really like Terraria. I really like Stardew. Really liked Undertale. They're all like indie hits. Indie gems. Yeah, Haunted Chocolatier is going to make a fortune. This is kind of what I've mentioned this sort of thing before, but like Stardew Valley, I don't know what the sales figures are. We've looked it up in the past, but let's say it's like $100 million. And now he's making another game, Haunted Chocolatier. And let's say this did poorly and made $20 million. It's like, you're not doing it for the money at that point. I think you're just motivated by making games. But it does kind of make me wonder, like, how much is he putting back into the video game? And not because I think he should or anything like that. It's just purely out of curiosity. Because I always kind of wondered about that too. Like, let's say Skeletor had made a boatload of money. Would I have drastically changed how I'm making this game right now? And I think there are a couple of things I would do a little bit differently. But all in all, it's like, I still want to make games. I want to just like realize my vision. And yeah, I don't think paying a bunch of people to make this game for me would be as satisfying. Okay, I think I think that's a pretty good stopping point here. Bocopia. Crazy position to be in. Well, I got to say, every free update is probably actually getting him money. And I'm not saying that to say that his motivation. Whoop, did I just write down the wrong number? Yeah, I did. Um, I think his motivation is still probably for the sake of the game. But even paying people to work on the team, like when your numbers are whatever we just saw, 20,000 people playing, it's like a new update might pull in another 100,000 people and just immediately have paid for itself. So yeah, could have charged. Oh yeah, definitely. And a lot of game companies would do that. I'm actually kind of upset with Risk of Rain 2, and maybe part of it's on me. Like I don't have to buy their DLCs, but they have a bunch of DLCs. Let's say NA. Oh, it's not out yet. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and the fourth one's coming out. And I think they could have done some of this without charging. I don't know. It's a business. I'm not like super bummed. I didn't play a lot of the last one though that I got. All right. Ooh. Someone asked earlier, do I get overwhelmed by my to-do list? I think I get more overwhelmed by the just number of tasks I have over me and that listing them doesn't matter. But yeah, I kind of feel that way now. Like, and we're 1 week into this game. I got another few weeks left to do. It's very cool realizing them. I think working on these other games here, they're all going to be fun for different reasons. The card game, just because I think it's just a funny idea, and it's pretty small, and we can cut a lot of corners there if we want to. The Falling Block platformer, I think it's the only real like really mini game we've got. It's probably going to take maybe 2 minutes. I think it'll be fun. And the Hue Slider game, because it'll be the first time I've done 3D in forever. I can't even remember the last time I did something properly in 3D. Have a panic attack. Life hack. Life hack. Just forget all your work. Yeah, 3D Pog. That is exactly right. Now, is anyone streaming Skeleseller? I want to go take a look at that because there actually might be. No, there's not. All right, well, let's look at the old list. Actually, I haven't rated someone new in a while. I probably should. Yeah, let's go to the raid browser thing. Raid channel. All right, what are we looking at? Search and filter English. And same category. All right, so we're looking for someone who's not following, because that means I have not rated them yet, and with low uptime. Like ideally less than an hour and a half, so they're not just going to end their stream pretty soon. Here's somebody. They are streaming in other languages, though. Hypnotic I am following. I don't know why that's not showing it's following. What is this? How is this game development? Maybe they're making that? Okay, let's go rate this person. I think I'm following Code Drift, so I don't know if I've rated them before. 2D game and a 1D game. All right. Let's mute this. Let's go over to them. Start raid. Whoa, this is a different UI than what I'm used to. Okay, thank you all for being here. I'll be back on Monday. It'll hopefully be more of game development. I don't know. You know the drill. I hope you all have a good weekend. Let's go say hi to this person, check out what they're doing. I will see you next time.